the special gifts he has received from God. Whoever preaches must preach God's message. Whoever serves must serve with the strength that God gives, so that in all things praise may be given to God through Jesus Christ, to whom belongs glory, power forever and ever. Amen. The word of the Lord. Let's appreciate our catechist this morning, Sunday Sana Mandela. Without much ado, the program is on. Brother, come and commit us before the Lord.
Let us believe and pray. In the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit. Amen. Lord God, our Father, we want to thank you for this opportunity that you have given each and every delegate who has arrived here. And for those who are still on the way, Lord, we put them in your hands, that you may guide our deliberations of the day. Lord, we are here for a purpose. We bless you for your good to us. You give us your mercy and your graces every now and again. And it is for you that after a year we are back here to do that which is best for our society. Bless our leaders and bless all the process of the day. And every undertaking that will happen in this auditorium, Lord, we put it into your venerable hands. Give us your angels to guide us and your Holy Spirit to be in us, that we may remain one, united, and with a purpose. We ask all this through Christ, our Lord. And in the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit. Amen.
Thank you, brother. Let's appreciate him as well. Thank you. Thank you for committing us unto the Lord. Ordinarily, I should have said whom I am, but opportunity will come. I'm just doing some little work to get us started. But in the interest of our members, who probably are coming in for the first time, we have our washrooms on the left. Once you go out through those two exits, and that exit, the washrooms are on the left. If you have come in, and probably you have not gone to the next floor here, again, we invite you at an opportune time to visit the first. Are there people who have gone to the top floor, second floor, third floor, later? How many of us went to third floor? There was some registration. Wow. How many have not? Hakuna. Sisi wote tumetembelea. Sisi tuko sawa. So, because we say we want to keep time, hakuna story nyingi. If you look at the program we have, it is now my honor to welcome our chair to take us through his report. Is that what the program reads? Are we together? Yes or no? Yes. If that's what the program says, then we are just going with what the program says. He and the chair will formally, remember I started talking without saying Jambo, Karibu, he'll welcome us officially, then he'll lead us in the introduction part, who is here, who may not be here, then we'll proceed on from there. Bwana Chairman, Karibu sana.
Asante ndugu kaka Mauricio, honorable delegates, my colleague board members, invited guests, our members of staff, nawasalimia mjambo. Good morning. God is good, and all the time. Please turn to your neighbor na umsalimie, mwambie karibu sana. And get to know his or her name. Muulize jina lake. Wow. Thank you. Now, I'm done with the introductions. At least we all know who is seated next to you. Hello. May I request the people of Nairobi, because you are the hosts, watu wa Nairobi, simameni. Nairobi Metropolitan, wapigie makofi. If you do your education meetings in Nairobi, so you stand up. Wapigeni makofi ni wengi. Thank you so much. And I know there is a group that belongs to Nairobi, but they come from quite far, the Mombasa team. Mombasa team, wako wapi? Watu wa Mombasa. Wapigeni makofi. Thank you. I hope you remembered to carry something warm. Nairobi si Mombasa. Sisi hatuna ocean hapa. Then the Nyeri team. Nyeri, please stand up. Nyeri, when we talk about Nyeri, we mean Meru, Embu, all those areas. Please stand up and wave. Wapieni makofi. Thank you, wonderful people. The people of Kisumu region, Kitale, Bungoma, Kakamega. Hey. Okay. You know, the people of Kisumu, they landed this morning. Those guys, they don't arrive, they land. Hey. We feel you. Thank you so much. Thank you, people. Thank you, one, and thank you all. Now, allow me to invite our members of staff. You know, these are the guys who are at the point where the rubber meets the road. Please, our members of staff, you may stand up. Our secretariat, led by the CEO. Bwana CEO, come and introduce your heads of department, all members of staff, but I request the heads of department to come forward. Actually, you are not many. Kujeni nyote. All members of staff. I hand it to the CEO to introduce his team. Bwana CEO.
Thank you. Good morning, delegates. Good morning again. Tunawakaribisha. So with me, I've got a staff that is supporting me, and I will request them to say a word, just their names as they sit down. So you could start from the other side.
My name is David Kamau.
Good morning.
Thank you. My name is David Kamau. I work in the audit department.
Good morning, delegates. My name is Joyce Musa. I'm the office administrator.
Good morning, delegates. My name is Peter Mene from ICT department.
Good morning, delegates. My name is Viviana Salim, procurement officer.
Good morning, delegates. My name is Leah Komboka, marketing department.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Lauren Manguya, customer care HQ. Good morning, delegates.
Good morning.
I'm Jane Mwangi, finance department.
Habari ya asubuhi. Kwa majina ni Eliud Busolo kutoka shirika idara ya ICT, ndio naitwa Communication and Technology. Karibuni.
Asante. Asante sana. Wengine wako nje wanashughulikia hii this meeting. Of course, my names are Peter Obui and I'm very happy to be with you this morning. Let's tujumuike pamoja, tufanye mkutano ya maana ya kupeleka this sacco ahead. Asanteni sana.
Thank you, CEO, and your team. May I now request my colleagues, starting from our supervisory team, I invite the chair to introduce his team. Brother Chair AC, come.
Good morning. Good morning. My name is John Wilson, Chair Supervisory Committee, and I have a team that I work with. I will request them to come and just say their name. Karibu.
Hamjambo. Mpo. Karibuni sana. Kwa majina naitwa Patrick Wandera, mimi ndio karani.
Good morning, everyone. God is good and all the time, and that is in nature. Wow. My name is Mariana. I serve you as a member in the Supervisory Committee. I'm glad to be here, and let's make this a fruitful meeting. Thank you very much.
Thank you, our Supervisory Committee. Tafadhali wapigieni makofi. Thank you. Now, with profound humility, allow me to introduce my team. That is the board of directors. I will invite them to come and introduce themselves. Tafadhali, kujeni. Come, team. You, of course, you say your name and the number you play in the team.
Fellow cooperators, good morning. Bwana asifiwe. Kwa majina naitwa Tom Mwindi. I'm serving in the audit committee as the chair, and I'm also serving in the marketing education committee as a member. Leo ni mkutano yenu as the top organ of this sacco. Tunawakaribisha. Feel most welcome. Feel most appreciated. God bless you.
Honorable delegates, good morning. God is good and all the time. Mungu yu mwema na kila wakati. Majina yangu ni Marcelinus Osiemo Ounde. I serve in the Finance and Admin Committee as the Secretary and also in the Credit Committee. Thank you and welcome so much to the 43rd ADM. Thank you.
God is good and all the time. This is the day that the Lord has made. We shall rejoice and be glad in it. Yeah, we thank God for this particular day and for your safe arrival. My name is Rose Achiego. I serve in two committees, that is Marketing and Education as Secretary and also Audit as Secretary. I'm happy to have you here today. Let us make it a beautiful and a wonderful day as we work hard to make sure that our circle grows. Thank you very much.
Tumsifu Yesu Kristu. Tumsifu tena. I'm Bibiana Shisanya. I am your Honorary Secretary, and I also serve in Audit Committee as a member. Mine is to thank God this far we have come, and also to appreciate all of you for coming. Feel welcome. Let's continue working together. Asanteni sana.
Bwana asifiwe. Bwana asifiwe.
Haleluya, Bwana asifiwe. Wale pengine mara ya kwanza wanaona hii sura ni ya kijana mdogo zaidi kwa board. Ndio mnaona anaongea sana. Wazee wamesema we kijana kaa uko mbele. Kwa hivyo msicheke nikiongea tafadhali. Si mnaona mimi ndio kijana mdogo zaidi? Tena mnapinga? Mimi naitwa Morris Otsieno. Kwa sasa huu mwaka umeisha. Wangapi waliomba loan? Kama uliomba loan inua mkono. If you borrowed a loan last year up to December 31st, raise up your hand. Wow. Kama singeweka signature yangu mungeona hiyo pesa. Kama singeweka signature yangu mungefanya nini? Simunipigie makofi. Naomba wale hawakuchukua wafanye nini? Ili tuweze kuendeleza sako yetu. Sinakuwa ni mzuri. Sinakuwa mzuri. Kwa sasa mimi ndio mwenyekiti wa credit committee. Kama ombi lako lilikataliwa, mimi ndio ninajibu. Tunaelewana? Na mbali na credit committee, kuna ile kamati inaitwa ya finance and administration. Kuangazia kazi inavyoendelea, matumizi ya pesa. Huko pia niko. Sababu wanasema kijana mdogo afanye kazi nyingi. Sio ni sawa? Si nimejaribu. Hata kama mimi ni mdogo, si nimejaribu. Na mtaki kunipigia makofi saa hizi. Na washukuru nyote nikisema karibuni sana, na tunamshukuru Mwenyezi Mungu kwamba tumesafiri salama, tumefika na tuko hapa. Kwa hivyo tujiandae, tufanye kazi yetu, tukimshukuru Mungu, tupate ufanisi kwa siku ya leo. Asanteni na tena karibuni sana.
Okay, thank you. Mungu ni mwema na kila wakati. Unajua sauti yangu ni kubwa, si lazima nitumie mic. So nafurahia kuwa hapa siku hii ya leo, nawakaribisha sana. Kuna mtu anaweza kuwa anijui? Okay. Acha niseme jina kwa wenye wanijui. Jina langu naitwa George Mureithi. Mimi ni mweka hazina or your treasurer. So karibuni sana. I'm sure we'll have a session. We'll talk more and we'll see how we can grow our circle together. So karibuni sana, and I'm so happy to see everybody. Karibuni.
Tumsifu Yesu Kristo. Hamjambo. Habari za asubuhi. Nashukuru Mungu mmefika salama. Si kwa uwezo wetu, ni kwa uwezo wa nani? Mwenyezi Mungu. Na sisi ambao ni Wakatoliki vile vile tunamwamini Mungu na yote ambao Mungu anatutendea kupitia maombezi ya Bikira Maria. Si ni kweli? Bikira Maria mama yetu, mama wa Kristo, anatuombea kila wakati ili tuweze kuwa salama katika maisha yetu. Ndio maana tunaimba, tunasema tazameni nyota ya asubuhi, nyota hii. Tazameni nyota ya asubuhi, nyota hiyo ni Mama Maria. Tumshangilie Bwana. Leo ni Jumamosi na ni siku ya sikukuu ya Bikira Maria. Mnajua hivyo kwa Kristo? So tunasema asante. Nahitaji kujijulisha kwenu. Naitwa Father Maingi. Kwa wale ambao basi ni wageni, naitwa Father Maingi kutoka jimbo la Nakuru, lakini nafanya kazi kwenye jimbo la jeshi. Na nashukuru Mungu kufika. Asanteni sana. Mwenyezi Mungu azidi kuwabariki na Mungu asaidie tuwe na mkutano mzuri, mwishowe turudi nyumbani salama. Si ni kweli? Asante, Mungu azidi kuwabariki. Nimeelezewa niseme komiti ambazo nafanya. Nimesikia kaka Morris akisema ndio anaweka signature ya loans. Yake peke yake haitoshi, hata ya fadhili inahitajika. Lazima at least zikuwe 2. Tuko 3. Tuwe ngapi? 2.
Praise God. Meamka salama. Tuko na afya njema. Na kwa nini Father ameimbisha wimbo tukaimba polepole sana? Tumeamka vizuri. Sasa nataka tuimbe tumeamka vizuri, tumeamka na afya njema. Tunapaswa kushukuru Mungu wetu daima. Utukufu na ukuu una yeye Mungu daima, anayetupenda Mungu daima. Asanteni sana sana sana. Nilienda audition ya music nikatupwa nje. Si unasikia hiyo sauti? Lakini najua mnanipenda kwa kazi nzuri ambayo tunaifanya. Usiangalie sauti, si ni kweli? Sauti inaangaliwa. So nataka kuwashukuru sana kwa kuja hapa, na pia zaidi ya yote tukumbuke kumshukuru Mungu. Mungu ndiye anayetuwezesha kila jambo tunalolifanya. Mimi naitwa Peter Kimani Nginya, ni naibu mwenyekiti, na hawa mnaowaona hapa ni your able servants. Tuko pamoja, sio viongozi. Hizi ni titles tu tunapata. Hata jina Peter nilipewa kanisani, si ni kweli? Nginya nikapewa kwa familia. Lile jambo kubwa zaidi ni huo ushirikiano tuko nao nyinyi delegates na members, tukuje pamoja. Siku hii ni yenu, sio yetu. Tuko pamoja. Siku hii ni yenu, tudeliberate vizuri na Mungu atujalie tuimalize salama. Hata hivyo nafanya kwa marketing department tukiwa na Dada Rose na tukiwa na Father Maingi na ndugu Tom, na nashukuru kwa kazi nzuri ambayo tumeweza kuifanya. Otherwise, asanteni na karibuni sana.
Thank you, team. Now, honorable delegates, you know who plays which number, sindio? Mejua nani striker, nani defender, namna hiyo. And my name is Dr. Edmond Okari. I'm serving as your chair. I'm told that we have the ministry officials with us. Bwana Kifindio, who is representing the ministry. We welcome you, and I know that at the right time, maybe you can just introduce yourself. That's okay. But your mic.
Good morning, cooperators. My name is Peter Kifindio from the Ministry of Cooperatives. We'll be joined later by our Chief of Sacco Cooperatives, Godfrey Akumago. Will be joining us later. Thank you.
Bien Makofi. Thank you, Bwana Kifindio. And like he has indicated, we are expecting the Chief Officer Cooperatives, the Count of Nairobi. So with that, I think I've performed my very humble duty of introducing all of us. And we all know the agenda of the day. This is our annual delegates meeting. And this is the most supreme meeting of the Sacco. I hope that we are all very clear with that. So mine is to wish you, and indeed all of us, a very fruitful meeting, a very calm meeting, because at the end of the day, our agenda is simple. Our agenda is about looking back, how have we performed, and most importantly, how are we going to perform better going forward. Si ndio hiyo tu, hizo zingine ni stories. Having said that, I now want to declare that our meeting is officially constituted, and therefore I want to invite our Honorary Secretary to read notice calling for the ODM. Madam Honorary Secretary, karibu.
Thank you very much, Chair, and good morning, everyone. Now we want to begin the business of the day, and as your Honorary Secretary, I'm going to read the agenda. It's on page 5. Notice of the year 2024 annual delegates meeting. Notice is hereby given that the 43rd annual delegates meeting of Waumini Cooperative Savings and Credit Society Limited will be held on Saturday, 9th March 2024 at Consolata Shrine, Catholic Church, Westlands. The meeting will commence at 9 a.m. and end at 1 p.m. Agenda. Reading of the notice calling for the 43rd annual delegates meeting. Confirmation of the minutes of the 42nd annual delegates meeting. The chairman's report. Supervisory committee annual report. Approval of the 23rd accounts and auditors report. Appropriation of 2023 surplus and declaration of dividends to members who are in the register as of 31st December 2023. Consideration and approval of year 2024-2025 budget. Special resolutions. Election of 3 vacancies in the board and 1 in the supervisory committee. To transact any other business for which 15 days notice has been given to the Sacco. Note below, please note the following. Only the qualified delegates will be allowed to attend the ADM upon presentation of a delegate's badge number. The arrival time and registration was to be at 7:30 a.m. By order of the board, yours, Honorary Secretary Bibiana Shisanya. This agenda was sent to the Sub-County Cooperative Officer and the Sacco Society Regulatory Authority. Having read the notice, as per item number 10, me as your Honorary Secretary, I confirm that the office has not received any substantive agenda as stipulated under item number 10 that can be presented for deliberation. I will kindly request for a proposer and a seconder for the notice. Yes. Member number 17449 has proposed. Who is seconding? Member number 37862. Thank you very much. We now go to the minutes of the 42nd annual delegates meeting held on 11th March 2023 at Consolata Shrine, Catholic Church, Westlands from 9. It's on page 9. 2 weeks ago, I confirm that all of you have read. And given the nature of the ADM, some of these matters are in the agendas that are before us. In this regard, I request for a proposer and a seconder for this. Yes.
Member number 16136.
56.
Yes.
9656.
Yes, Windencio.
Thank you very much. Thank you. And back to you, Thank you, and back to you, the MC. Thank you. Asanteni.
Makofi kwa katibu, makofi tena. Now, thank you, Honorary Secretary. Before we move on, I have one or two announcements. One is that those of us who came in earlier, you realize that there are some spaces left in between for the ease of our movement. So like here, we are supposed to have this open line so that people can move. We have the media people coming. Some of them are already here. They would want to move around and take our shots. Please, those who have filled this line here, we request, we have more seats ahead here. If you could be kind enough, kuja mbele, ili tufungue hii passage. It will be very much easier for somebody to move in between. Tafadhali, tunaomba. Sijui kama saidizi akiwa mfunguka. I think there's some possible. Yes, Mnene, remove all those. Is that in the bag you have, there is a t-shirt. There is a t-shirt. It will be wonderful if we had our t-shirts on at some time because of the aspect of the media. When this shot goes to the screen and people can see it is literally Waumini. So that one is at your own pace. Right? So, as I said, my role is very simple. And because we are already behind the time schedule, thank you for those who are feeling like they have to brand. Thank you, mbarikiwe sana. It's good, eh? It's good. Wow, this is great. Tafadhali tujipigie makofi. Well done, well done, The house is now green, the color of life. Please don't put on the coat again. Inazuia ile utamu. Asanteni sana. Asanteni sana. So, another announcement. Honorable delegates, we are living in a dynamic world and legislations come in day in, day out. And today we have a law that requires that we seek your consent that photos be taken and be used in public. If you don't give us that consent, we just stop anything photography and nothing should be published. Do we all agree that the photos being taken in this room can be used in the public? In a show of hands, all of us, let's see. Thank you so much. So our photos will be taken. You'll see them in different publications. You'll see them in different media houses, especially the television stations. And so at least now I'm safe. So remember when you all shine on the television screen, and that is Waumini. Kila mtu anasema lazima niwe muumini. So we are already short of time because young people of my age talk a lot. Let me limit it. And straight away to the agenda of the day, we welcome our chair to present his report. Bwana ndugu mwenyekiti, tafadhali wajumbe wanasubiri ujumbe wako. Karibu.
Wow. You guys look amazing. I feel like saying again, good morning. You look different. Wow. And like I said, we are live actually. We are streaming this meeting live on our different platforms. And very soon we shall be joined by our mainstream media, television houses. So please just keep smiling, even if it's not your norm. Asante. Honorable delegates, representative from the Ministry of Cooperatives, particularly the Chief Officer and other officials from the Ministry, Board of Directors, Supervisory Committee, invited guests, ladies and gentlemen. It gives me great pleasure to welcome you to our 43rd annual delegates meeting. I thank the Almighty God for the many blessings He has bestowed upon Waumini Sacco members. Fellow leaders, we gather again not only to fulfill our statutory obligations, but also to take stock of our performance, reflect on our business trajectory, and share ideas on how to move the Sacco to the next level. And allow me to repeat that. And share ideas on how we can move Waumini Sacco to the next level. On behalf of the Board of Directors, Supervisory Committee, and management, I want to appreciate your continued patronage of the Sacco products and acknowledge the overwhelming support from our diverse membership and stakeholders. Unfortunately, during the year 2023, a total of 62 of our members passed on under various circumstances, and we convey our deepest condolences to the bereaved families and the affected units. And I wish to invite you, we rise up and observe a minute of silence in honor of our departed brothers and sisters. 1 minute silence, please. Eternal rest grant unto them, O Lord. May their souls rest in peace. Eternal rest grant unto them, O Lord. And may their souls rest in peace. Eternal rest grant unto them, O Lord. And may their souls rest in peace. You may be seated. Honorable delegates, allow me to share some of the major milestones that we achieved in the concluded year 2023. And I'm delighted to report that we completed the year 2023 successfully, with the Sacco reporting in various key fronts, as I will present. And allow me to start by sharing with you on our Sacco asset base. The asset base, ladies and gentlemen, grew by 8.13% from Kenya shillings 6.3 billion in the year 2022 to 6.8 billion as of 31st December 2023. And I encourage members to continue patronizing Sacco products, especially the loan products, which is the major component of the Sacco asset base. On deposits, honorable delegates, our deposits grew by 6.11%. That is, from Kenya shillings 4.3 billion in 2022 to Kenya shillings 4.6 billion as of 1st December 2023. This is an area that as delegates, we must keep encouraging our members to consistently continue patronizing. Your future financial freedom is dependent on how much you choose to save and invest now. Allow me to share with you that our top 20 savers have saved Kenya shillings 198 million. I encourage members to patronize our saving products. Following the revision of the minimum contribution from Kenya shillings 300 to Kenya shillings 500, the average saving rate per member rose by 2,000 Kenya shillings during the last financial year. And I want to thank you, delegates. This is how some of the decisions we make, how they impact directly to our members and to the Sacco. Please clap for yourselves. And I want to encourage all members to continue saving consistently. On our share capital. Share capital grew by 11.75%. That is from 412,529,821 in 2022 to around 461 million as of 31st December 2023. While this is a significant growth, it's important to note that despite the high returns offered on share capital, most members have remained at the minimum expected shares of 15,000. This is one of the areas that we need to be very purposeful in encouraging members to increase their shares, so as not only to strengthen the Sacco's core capital, but also as a sure way to build their wealth. Revenue. Dear delegates, our revenue grew by 9.66% from Kenya shillings 730 million in 2022 to Kenya shillings 800 million as of 31st December 2023. Delegates, as a team, and I repeat, as a team, we have worked extremely hard to ensure that we achieve this growth, despite the challenging macroeconomic environment. My hope is that together we shall do better during the year and in the future. In this regard, I encourage you to continue with the patronization of the Sacco loan products. As a board, we shall always take advantage of the market and invest your hard-earned shilling in markets with the most optimal returns possible. On operational costs, dear delegates, due to the challenges from the macroeconomic environment and other unavoidable statutory requirements, the Sacco's operational costs increased by 8.82%. That is from Kenya shillings 230 million in 2022 to Kenya shillings around 250 million as of 31st December 2023. And allow me to say that while some of the factors were beyond the body's control, for instance, the implementation of the 2023 Finance Act, and we all know what that means, dear delegates, the board did take several measures to mitigate the rising costs and ensure efficient utilization of the Sacco's resources. On membership, I'm glad to report that our membership increased by 9.02%. That is from 55,584 in 2022 to 60,597 as of 31st December 2023. The active members as of 31st December 2023 were 49,925. The Sacco organized several members' education, sensitization, and recruitment campaigns across the country. I wish to invite you all to make more effort in encouraging many new members to join this great Sacco so that many more can enjoy the benefits of being a member of Waumini Sacco. On loan uptake, I want to report as follows. Dear delegates, while our loan portfolio has grown impressively by 13.41% from Kenya shillings 4.7 billion in 2022 to Kenya shillings 5.3 billion as of 31st December 2023, the Sacco has many members without loans. Distinguished delegates, during the year 2023, the number of members with loans is growing at a declining rate. Out of 49,925 active members, only 21,900 967 have taken loans with the Sacco. That represents 44% of the total active members. Most of the members, totaling to 29,958, that represents 56%, have not patronized the Sacco's loan products. Honorable delegates, as leaders of this great Sacco, we must be on the forefront in patronizing the Sacco's products and services, and also encouraging our members to do the same. I call upon the delegates to continuously educate our members on how to access the existing loan products. Despite this challenge, I am glad to report that the loan uptake increased by 10.34%. That is from Kenya shillings 2.8 billion in 2022 to Kenya shillings 3.1 billion as of 31st December 2023. The growth is attributed to, among other factors, the rebranded products during the period. For interest of time, delegates, the summary of what I've just presented is contained in Table 1 on page 19. You can interact with it when you retire. Allow me to report on our stakeholders' engagement. Dear delegates, to sustain the Sacco's growth, the board is committed to a continuous engagement with all our stakeholders. We have continued to strengthen partnership and collaboration with various Catholic dioceses within the country. During the year, we held several consultative meetings with our Catholic bishops and other church leaders in various dioceses. The purpose of this engagement is to broaden collaboration with the church. Similar initiatives are expected to continue this year, and we hope to sustain them even in the future. We call upon your collaboration to champion our marketing agenda for the growth of our Sacco. On deposit mobilization, dear delegates, I report as follows. As a way of enhancing a saving culture among Sacco members, the board has made a solution to focus on strategies that will lead to increased deposit mobilization during the year. To achieve this, the board has introduced a tax system which will enable individuals, members, to consistently save a minimum of Kenya shillings 600 per month, and in addition, 0.06% of loans issued. The corporate members, on the other hand, will be expected to contribute a minimum of Kenya shillings 2,000, in addition, 0.07% per month of loans issued. The percentage will be
waliotumwa pia kutoka majimbo mengine, tunaomba wawasilishe pia mchango wao wakati huu. Alamwende na ulika tulilikano tuyiga na mwana wa kwesa utoa mbesa mbe wa mweri wande ya
arabia dormant members reduced
alamwende na ulika tulilikano tuyiga na mwana wa kwesa utoa mbesa mbe wa mweri wande ya arabia
in 2022
twete musango witu bambe misa itanambia edwe ni cash edwe ni check kana mpesa tuna makalane bambe nime okubanga ondo bayite nini kanara mbe ya omundi etu anakubikia yelelula mwese twede tutitagwa na tuitangasewa twenda mutele siaskabu waitu kwa kadeo sesi zao vwe miako mingi itebo na omundi twenda kwambia na kwa kakalaji house kana bandu askabu twenda kwikala na then dialogue kwedo wakidu kuma na mokwa bakubi na watawu bandu twenda kwidwa na mbano ilate tanzama situ siya diocese
this cover
ensures tumbani yao yemani manuwailu kelelo ni kana kuma chade chamundi cha mina kudela mtuida tuwana kukwata bandu nzama siya unai chawa neto yangai tuwana kukomani ya nakubangida mibango
as well as settlement of loans
tunaomba tuweze kuchangia kwa ukarimu kuhakikisha kwamba baada ya harambee ya leo miundo msingi ya jimbo itaweza kuanzishwa. Kumbuka hatuna makazi rasmi, makazi ya askofu na mapadri ambao wanahudumu karibu naye. Hatuna pia jumba ambalo viongozi wa kanisa wanaweza kujumuika na kupanga mipango. Hatuna nyumba ambayo tunaweza kuwaweka mapadri ambao wamestaafu ama wana changamoto za kiafya. Harambee ya leo ni kutuwezesha kufikia hapo, basi tuchangie kwa ukarimu. Meza ya kupokea michango hiyo ipo karibu na madhabahu. Njoo mbele, fanya linalostahili kabla ya ibada kuanza. Watawa wasili, nafasi yenu ya kukaa ipo mbele karibu na madhabahu. Jongeeni mbele tafadhali. Na wale wengine bado wako nje, tuharakishe tuingie katika uwanja kabla ya mgeni wetu rasmi kuingia, ili tuanze ibada ya misa, na tunatumia lango lililo karibu na shule ya msingi ya Bylaw.
Will be used to harness collections from corporates and units. This model will help schools in collection of funds from individual persons,
na hivyo basi zile shamra ambazo huandamana na ibada, zile shangwe ambazo huandamana na ibada za Kikatoliki leo zimepunguzwa. Usishangae mtaji kwa dancers wako wapi, usishangae ngoma ziko wapi. Mfungo wa Kwaresma unatushauri vingine.
Of members' farms. Dear leaders, amongst us, there are members who own successful enterprises like schools, hospitals, consultants firms, etc. And as a way of growing our market without going outside our common pond, I would like to request the delegate to allow member firms to join the Sacco as corporate members. Amongst the envisaged benefits, it include increased funds mobilization and growth of both institutions and the individual members in those institutions. I want to report on revision of borrowing powers. Dear delegates, the ADM of 2016 revised the borrowing powers to Kenya shillings 50 million. The Sacco's assets then were Kenya shillings 2.7 billion. Since then, the Sacco's assets have grown to Kenya shillings 6.8 billion, representing a growth rate of 152%. As much as the Sacco does not have an intention to borrow, it is important that it be empowered in readiness for the increasing loan demand. In the month of September 2023, the Sacco was approached by a government agency, that is Kenya Development Corporation, which had received $55 million from World Bank for onward lending to SACCOs and microfinance institutions. The target group was Chamas. Due to insufficient borrowing powers, which has been at Kenya shillings 50 million annually, the SACCO was unable to pursue the offer. The cost of the funds was below 9% per annum, with a processing fee of 0.75% of the amount borrowed. And the proposal we have is that the borrowing powers be a factor of the SACCO's assets. In this regard, we request the same to be fixed at 5% of the assets of the last audited accounts. Dear delegates, absolute compliance remains very close to our hearts, and it's an area that we have no option but to comply and comply fully. And therefore, on compliance, allow me to report as follows. I start with regulatory compliance. During the year, the SACCO complied with the prudential standards set by the regulator as indicated in the table below. And I call for your attention to table number 3 on page 20. For interest of time, dear delegates, the indicators demonstrate the stability and the capital adequacy of Waumini Sacco. And I think I want to congratulate you, delegates, for the role you have played in ensuring that these ratios are as indicated. On statutory, I want to say as follows, that the SACCO complied with all statutory obligations through remittances and returns within stipulated timelines. Another area that is very close to the board is continued product review. The implementation of the 2023 Finance Act has come with challenges that have had a huge impact on members' disposable income. I think we are all affected. The reduced disposable income is making it difficult for members to meet their monthly obligations and access credit facilities. To address this challenge, the board has come up with a product which is expected to increase the current repayment period of the restructuring loan from 84 months to 96 months. On our M-Pesa services, and I know that it plays a key role in ensuring our levels of efficiency and convenience, let me say as follows, that during the year, dear delegates, the SACCO enhanced its M-Pesa services, and we encourage members to carefully follow instructions that have been shared through several SMSs for successful and better experiences during deposit and loan repayment. One of our biggest challenge, dear delegates, is around debt recovery. And I want to report as follows. May I start with our portfolio at risk. The portfolio at risk ratio, ladies and gentlemen, decreased from 7% in 2022 to 6.52% in the year ended 31st December 2023. The main target this year is reducing the rate to a figure below 5%. Again, dear delegates, this is an area that we must come together. We must collaborate together, and we make it one of our key areas of focus. In the same area, I want to report that the provisioning amount was within the approved budget of 2023 by moving from that 7 million to 22 million. One of the indicators on how we are performing on debt collection is the cash collected from defaulters. And I report as follows. During the year ended 31st December 2023, Kenya shilling 93,156,844 was collected from defaulters. These amounts have been distributed to their respective guarantors. Honorable delegates, while this is a clear indication that some of the initiatives taken by the board on debt collection are bearing fruit, we must acknowledge that more work should be done in this area. Defaulting remains the biggest challenge and existential threat to our growth and survival. I invite all of us to take individual responsibility and to join hands in confronting this major challenge. Another area around debt collection is on non-remittances by employers. Dear delegates, there has been lack of goodwill from some employers who deduct members' funds without remitting the same funds to the Sacco. We call upon you delegates to help in engaging units representatives for remittances of members' funds. We shall be sharing a list of those affected as we engage you delegates. Honorable delegates, we dream to grow, and growth and expansion is very close to your leaders and indeed to all of you. And on Sacco expansion, I want to report as follows. That of course, Waumini Sacco currently has 4 branches. We have our head office at Applewood Adams Arcade along Ngong Road, Nairobi. We still are at our mother or our very first branch, that is Waumini House Westlands in Nairobi. That is at Assumption Center. No, we are also at Nakuru at Assumption Center and in Kisii at Waumini Plaza. To ensure adequate service delivery, the western part of the country, and specifically Kisumu, Bungoma, Kakamega, Vihiga, and Busia, the board has resolved to open a branch in Kisumu. Thank you. Next it will be elsewhere, and the other time it will be elsewhere and elsewhere. We are therefore requesting you to approve the proposed budget for setting up this branch. And dear delegates, allow me to just digress that before we open or we propose to open a branch, there is so much that happens behind scenes. As a team, and this is a pledge we made to you, we will never put your shilling where we are not that it's going to add value. There is thorough research that has gone to this proposal. We have interrogated, we have researched, we have scanned, we have listened, we have smelled, and we are convinced that we will earn value for our shilling. Subsequently, we are aligning our Rongai Liaison office to fit into our new business model, including agency banking. Similar efforts will be made to ensure our geographical spread and visibility in all parts of the country. On land projects, which actually is not our business now, but we engaged in similar business before. And on land projects, allow me, delegates, to share as follows. As you might be aware, being a deposit-taking SACCO, we are not allowed by law to transact on land matters. Efforts are being made to ensure that any pending issues from the previous land transactions are finalized and closed. For instance, title processing for land projects which were acquired during previous years before registration of housing cooperative is at the tail end. We urge all the members who have not provided the required documents to comply. And I can't wait to close this chapter. Dear delegates, every journey has its own challenges. It's never always a smooth ride. And I want to bring to your attention some of the challenges that we have experienced. And I want to say as follows, dear delegates, that despite the key achievements, the society has not been without challenges during the year 2023. And some of these challenges include, one, the negative impact of the economy and effects of the Finance Act 2023. The other challenge is the increased default rate. The other, already mentioned, is delay in remittance of SACCO funds by some of the employers. The other challenge is on low uptake and patronization of SACCO products and services. And lastly, the challenge of dormant accounts. Permit me, dear delegates, to share with you or to report to you on our 2023-2027 strategic plan. As a team, we are committed to ensuring full implementation of the Strategic Plan 2023-2027. Together, we have been able to achieve some of the targets as already demonstrated. And we are looking forward to even improve the performance in the year 2024. And this is a resolution that we must all make, that come 2024, when we shall be closing this year, we will have a better performance than 2023. Hello, team. Is that the commitment we can make? Together, those who will be here, how many are making that commitment? That we must work to perform better in 2024. Heaven is seeing and is watching. Some of the pillars of the strategic plan include the following. One of those is growth in membership. And we intend, as per our strategic plan, to realize quality membership totaling to 84,000 by the year 2027, from 42,000 in the year 2022, and that will translate to a 15% growth. On credit management, we intend to increase the loan portfolio from 5 billion in 2022 to Kenya shillings 9 billion by 2027, translating to a 10% increment or growth annually. Number 3, on finance, we intend to grow our back office deposits from 4.4 billion in 2022 to Kenya shillings 7 billion by 2027, and that is a 10% annual growth. On human resource, and we all appreciate and recognize the role of human resources, of course, as an impetus on catapulting our performance, and as per our strategic plan, we purpose to attract and retain competent staff. Knowing the role that corporate governance plays, again, as a factor in our growth and sustainability, we purpose on leadership and governance to promote good corporate governance. May I report as follows on human resource? Dear delegates, during the year, 6 new staff members joined the Sacco in various capacities, while 5 employees left for various reasons too. Another new development in the Sacco is the recruitment of a compliance and quality assurance officer. In line with the regulator's requirements that SACCOs must create an office for a compliance officer, I am happy to announce that we carried out our interviews and the officer is expected to report during the first quarter of the year. Other than the many potential benefits to be derived from this position, as exposed by the regulator, we plan that this desk will provide an impetus to better service delivery and improve our risk management. A major milestone during the period, dear delegates, is systems upgrade and technological development. And I must say, like you all know, that technology now is a major driver in almost every social and business dynamic. And it's not a good thing to have, but it's a necessary tool to have. And we are cognizant of that fact. that it's no longer a good thing to have. It is a necessary tool in the times that we are in. And therefore, allow me to report, dear delegates, as follows. That to address the challenges related to service delivery, the Sacco rolled out a system upgrade, and that is from Navision 2013 to Dynamics 365. And the customization is at the tail end. And we hope to commence the support by the vendor in the coming few months. Some of the benefits of the among many are as follows. One, introduction of agency banking, which will ensure adequate interactions with the Sacco systems. Number two is online loan application. And number three, production of an interactive self-service portal, which will bring versatility and general service improvement. Related to technology, I want to say something about M-Sacco uptime, and I report as follows. But as part of ensuring good customer service for members, the board has ensured continued and timely services with M-Sacco. In the year 2023, the downtime was very minimal. And I hope that this is your experience, dear delegates. I wish to take this opportunity to thank the service providers and our secretariat for their tireless efforts. The other area I wish to report to you, dear delegates, is on ISO certification. And I report as follows. But the Sacco has embarked on a journey of ISO certification for quality management systems, particularly ISO 9001-2015. The ISO certification is projected to ensure quality services to our members through review of processes and documentations. The board reviewed the policies, some of which will be subjected to further scrutiny by the ISO teams. On corporate governance, and we know the place and role of corporate governance to our sustainability and performance, and dear delegates, allow me to report as follows. I start with the board's performance. The board has continued to provide strategic leadership and guidance in Sacco operations. In the year 2023, the board managed to propel the Sacco forward despite various challenges as already highlighted and demonstrated. The other agenda I want to report to you, delegates, is on our delegates' empowerment. And I think this is an extension of the narrative we started some time ago, asking how can we do it together? How can we enhance our collaboration and synergize and leverage on each other's strengths and our own unique spaces? And I want to say as follows, dear delegates, that to ensure effective communication between the delegates and the members they represent, the board has recommended the introduction of a monthly reimbursement of airtime per delegate. Further, as part of responding to the high inflation, The board has revised the delegates' transportation and accommodation rate effective this ADM. Of course, subject to your approval. Dear delegates, to enhance education agenda, the board has developed a booklet containing our products and services, which I think has already been distributed to all delegates, and it is available in our platforms. And allow me to say, dear delegates, that even as we make this effort, they place on all of us an extra burden. Because come next year, we must look at each other in the face and say, was this value adding? Hello? Yes. And therefore, like we agreed, every effort, every shilling we place anywhere must translate to a return to our Sacco. Allow me to say as follows on recruitment of members. Honorable delegates, considering that you are the people on the ground, you understand the local dynamics better. The board is convinced that we are likely to do better if you are engaged more in our marketing activities. In the year 2023, we piloted with some delegates in the country by engaging them to conduct marketing and recruitment in their respective regions. And we are happy to report that it yielded good results. The board is laying strategies and modalities to leverage on your proximity to the people during marketing and recruitment campaigns. And I encourage you to be available whenever you may be called upon to engage and to participate. Dear delegates, is that a deal? It's like you did not get it. That is a kind of partnership and a collaboration we want. Nobody is going to do this alone, ladies and gentlemen. If Waumini is to go to this rightful place, we must take advantage of all the energies, the skills, the ideas, the opportunities available to all of us. Hello. Dear delegates, allow me now to share with you the resolutions that the board is presenting. Dear distinguished delegates, the board of directors hereby requests you to consider approving the following resolutions. Resolution 1 on distribution of surplus. To approve payment of interest on deposits for the year 2023 at 9.2% and dividends at 16%, being Kenya shillings 428,646,428 and Kenya shillings 70,344,047 shillings respectively. Secondly, to award the board and the supervisory committee honoraria amounting to Kenya shillings 2,403,000 and shillings, down from the approved amount of Kenya shillings 2,712,224, having achieved a performance of 89% of the approved budget in the year 2023. And number 2, to revise the borrowing powers from the current Kenya shillings 50 million to 5% of the Sacco's assets of the last audited accounts. Resolution number 3, to approve the establishment of a branch in Kisumu. And number 5, to approve the introduction of agency banking. Resolution number 6, to allow members' firms to join the Sacco as corporate members or category D. And number 7, to appoint Mwangi and Kamwara Associates, certified public accountants, LLP, the Sacco auditors for the years 2024-2026. Sorry, that tells me we are together. Hey. No wonder you qualify as delegates. That's the kind of eyes we need. Resolution number 3 is to adopt the proposed changes in the Sacco bylaws. In conclusion, honorable delegates, I take this opportunity to register my deepest gratitude to you all, to the board, to the members of the Supervisory Committee, to our staff, and indeed to all other stakeholders for working tirelessly in making this day a success. I thank all the delegates present today for sparing time to represent members from your units at this ADM. To our invited guests, I salute you for creating time to be with us on this important occasion in the Waumini yearly calendar. I would like to thank all the delegates and members and our other stakeholders for their continued support. It is through your efforts and contributions that the Sacco has been able to achieve the key milestones already highlighted. Together, we can only look forward to a better future. I pray for God's guidance as we continue glorifying His name through Waumini Sacco. May abundance of blessings and all forms of goodness be our portion, now and forevermore. Somebody say amen.
Bwana asifiwe. Bwana asifiwe tena. It is procedural that after the chairman's report, we adopt the report by having a proposer and a seconder. Microphone, Samuel. Mkono wa shati.
Good morning, delegates. I'm delegate member number 005434. Tukumbuke hiyo zeros tafadhali. Sawa sawa. I'm proposing we adopt that report. Thank you.
Thank you. In the interest of gender balance, can I have this lady here?
Good morning, delegates. I'm seconding member number 022665.
Thank you. Let us now applaud for the report we have received.
Thank you, team, for adopting the chair's report. And now that it has been adopted, that becomes our report. Thank you so much. Going forward, that is our report, chair's report of 2023. We had invited concerns, reactions regarding every section of our ADM booklet. And one of the key sections is the chair's report. But we received a number of few concerns and comments, and we had agreed that that will be our methodology to save time. And I want to share some of the concerns, observations raised from some of us. One of the concerns raised by Frederick Kesa Wanyonyi, his membership number is not indicated. Frederick was thanking us for the report and for consideration of the dividend. Concerning uptake of loan products by members, he was suggesting that the Sacco considers guarantors' acceptance through email or text messages. According to him, this will be very useful, especially to Wasalendo members. And of course, like indicated in the report, I mentioned that the Sacco is in the final stage of developing an online platform to support our loan products. I can't wait when we can be able to make some of our loan applications online. The other concern by Patricia Muthoga, member number 015699, she's saying, thank you for the efforts you have shown despite the hard economic times. However, much needs to be done to ensure we get a higher percentage in terms of dividends. My members are requesting that in coming years, we work more on defaulter stressing. And of course, that has also been prosecuted in my report. But like captured in the strategic plan, we intend to grow, of course, our loan uptake. We intend to review the existing loan product. And of course, a lot more is being done in terms of developing strategies to deal with the challenge of defaulters. And for those who have had an opportunity to interact with our strategic plan, that is quite adequately provided for. But we keep encouraging and we keep reminding team that this we can do it better as a team. And it is a discussion that we must remain open to so that we continue finding ways on how we are going to confront this very major challenge in our Sacco. Those are some of the remarks, ladies and gentlemen, and I want to thank you for interest of time.
Let us applaud the chair once more. Honorable delegates, that has been the chairman's report. I want to make a humble request. Thank you. I'm guided. Those of us whom we have journeyed for some time, you realize that we tried of kind of changing the format so that we can move faster. And that's why we requested you to submit in your reactions to that report, of which the chair has reacted to some of them. There are quite a number, and we're responding to them on individual basis and also having them on our wall so that we are all guided in the event we had a similar thought. So if you allow me, members, I would request that we move on to the next item, and that is a report from our Supervisory Committee. Are we in agreement? Chair, Supervisory Committee, without much ado, kindly take to the microphone.
Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity. Chief Officer Cooperatives, Mr. Godfrey, Cooperative Officer, Peter Kivindio. Thank you. Honorable delegates, our secretariat, and my colleagues in board and SC, good morning. Good morning again. Good morning. It is my pleasure to present to you the Supervisory Committee report, which is an independent oversight to the Sacco. So I'll take you through the report. It's on pages 27 onward. So honorable delegates, the Supervisory Committee is mandated and draws its mandate from Cooperative Society Act, Cap 490, and our Waumini Sacco bylaws, clause 83 and 84. The main mandate of the Supervisory Committee is to, as I have said, is to provide independent oversight to the Sacco and to do verification of all transactions that happen on the Sacco. And on a quarterly basis, the SC makes or compiles a report and shares it with the board and also Commissioner of Cooperatives, just to ensure that our Sacco is going on well. So on the first thing that we wish to report to you, honorable delegates, is regarding our governance. And looking at the first item was the resolution that you made last year here. We wish to report that they have all been implemented as you made them. So as the supreme organ of the Sacco, whatever you said last year have been implemented, and SC is confirming the same. The other thing that we wish to report on is on the delegate term elections. According to our Sacco bylaws, the supreme organ is where we are seated today, annual delegates meeting. And our bylaws further says that you as the delegates, you have been elected for a term of 3 years. And when we started the delegate system in Waumini Sacco, all delegates were elected together, such that all the term of all delegates starts at the same time and ends at the same time. And remember, this is the supreme organ of our Sacco in Waumini Sacco. So we are saying all the SC found that this is not so good. When everyone in this hall term ends, and then we have maybe a new lot coming in, is the supreme organ that makes the credible decision to guide this organization. So when we noted this, we recommended that the board should come up with a policy that ensures not all delegate terms end at the same time, such that there are some delegates term is ending maybe this year. We have election on that area. Then another zone ends next year. They have election at that zone. so that the education we get, we are able to breed it to the new delegates that come at different times. So the board have promised to look into that policy and ensure that they find a way of balancing this, just to ensure that all delegates do not retire at once, so that we don't just have a new house making the decisions regarding the Sacco. The other area on governance is voting during the ADM. We remember that during last year's ADM, the board introduced a method of secret voting just to ensure that one man, one vote was happening. Though the concept went on smoothly, we noted as SC that the process took a bit time, and by the end of the voting, so many delegates had left because some were going in far distances. So we recommended to the board that they look for a more efficient way to ensure integrity, and the board have promised that they will work on that, just to ensure that the votes are well cast, it doesn't take time, and the integrity of voting continues on. So on the other area is on board meeting attendance and committee. This is still under governance. So the SC noted that there have been good rate of attendance to our meeting, that is by the board and the respective committees. We note that even committees are vital organs of the board, because they derive their responsibility from the board. And the table below shows the attendance percentage there, you can see. So the SC recommends the board and the committee for their commitment in directing Waumini Sacco. And we keep reminding the board that they are the stewards of that have been given the responsibility by you delegate, and you delegate, you have been given the responsibility by the members. So it is a delegated responsibility even to the board, that they are the stewards, that they need to show more commitment, and that is what they have promised. The other area under governance the SC reviewed is the credit facilities that have been extended to the people we call insider. And here by insider we mean the board, the supervisory committee, and also the secretariat. We reviewed their loans, and we are pleased to report that the loan given to them have been given to them according to the credit policy of the Sacco, and no favoritism that because they are insider they have been extended anything more than what the policy says. And as at 31st December 2023, all the loans to insider were performing. Number 3, on Sacco growth and customer care, there is a table on page 29, which I wish you interact with. And from it, in the financial year 2023, from that table, there have been positive growth on the selected indicators, as you can see, that membership grew by 12.98, the shares grew by 11.57%, the deposit grew by 5.91%, the loan book grew by 13.41%, and the asset grew by 8.13%, where the revenue grew by 9.66%. The SE continues to urge our members to continue to patronize our products and services so that we can realize the optimal benefits, which include better returns for our investment. And during the same year, that is financial year 2023, 5,371 new members were joined the Sacco. This is, we compare it with last year, 2023, the year 2022, where 4,990 members joined. When we come to category B, in the financial year 2023, 104 members joined the Sacco, while on the flip side, 358 members applied to withdraw from the Sacco. While still tackling on issue of Sacco growth and customer care, the other area is on member education. The marketing team and customer care have visited different units and parishes within the year with the sole purpose of recruiting new members and also educating the existing members. On the same year, we have had 3 webinars and where we had 3 different topics that we were taken through. One of the topic was digital empowerment, financial empowerment, saving and debt management. And we urge our members and delegates that whenever we are called upon to join a meeting or a training forum, that we do so. And I urge you delegates that we be ambassadors. We be ambassadors in our respective units to mobilize our members to join the education and webinars whenever they are planned for. This will ensure that we are all empowered, that we are making sound decisions regarding our investment in our Sacco. On member satisfaction survey, in 2023, we carried out a member satisfaction survey, which result showed that 77.6% were satisfied with our services, and these have been improvement from the previous year, 2022, which was at 69%. But I wish to tell you that the board and telling them 77 is still not better. There's still room for improvement where we can improve. So there's gradual improvement, and there have been commitment to do the same. There was a time in 2023 when we had a challenge of high call drop rate, and delegates, we heard you that members were calling and their phones were not going through. We had that challenge, and I remember we had extensive discussion about it. So a mini call center was set up just as a stopgap measure to ensure that we stop that problem. But the board have committed that they will ensure that we have a full-fledged call center, which will all is aimed to improving our services to our members. Another issue on customer care review, the SC reviewed and checked the inquiries that we get from our customer care, and we noted about 67% are regarding loans, while 21% regards general inquiries. And when we look at the preferred mode of communication to the Sacco, 67% of our members prefer to come to the Sacco and ask a question, then go, while 29% prefer to make a call. Here, my fellow delegates, I want to ask you that we encourage also our members to interact with our website, because on our website there is a section that have frequently asked questions. Frequently asked question. That area we ensure it's updated on a quarterly basis, just to ensure that the questions that keep on coming, instead of person coming again to ask the same question, it is posted there. Some of the answers we can get them from that. And other area that I want to engage you, delegate, looking at the statistics, is we also encourage our members to use different platforms to engage with the Sacco. Other than just coming, they can also call. Other than calling, they can also write an email to the Sacco, and the email will be responded to. This will ensure that we ease channels of communication, that all of us do not make a call at the same time, which we know that it is a challenge that we have identified. The other thing still on customer care is that now we have an upgraded system. And with the upgraded system, as the chair have said, we have an interactive portal. Interactive portal means that you are able to do some transaction. There's some data that you can be able to update on your end. So let's encourage our members to interact also with the portal, to do transaction with the portal where necessary, and also update their data using the same portal. On accessibility, the SE is pleased to note that remarkable strides have been made to enhance accessibility, that now we have Applewood, Westland, Nakuru, and Kisii as our branches, and now the proposed Kisumu branch, which is pegged on the resolution of this annual delegates meeting. And also coupled, we have liaison office, we have Mombasa, Meru, and now the remodeled Rongai. We also note that there is a good proposal to have agency banking to increase accessibility, agency banking which will promote members' access to services wherever they are. So we continue to urge our members to utilize the accessibility that have been generated there. Another area of concern to SC is internal controls, where we check at the internal controls that have been put in place to safeguard our investment. The first area is on bank reconciliations. We are happy to report that there is monthly bank reconciliation. This involves checking any money that have been deposited in our account, have it been also deposited and credited to the respective members' account. However, we note that as at 31st December 2023, we had 8,266,688, which was an identified deposit. This means 8,266,688 as an identified deposit. Why are they an identified deposit? These are deposits that our members have put, but they have not indicated their ID number, they have not indicated their member number, all and the name. For example, my name is John Wilson. I go to the cashier. I give him him or her the money, deposit to this account. The account belongs to Waumini Sacco, but then I just give the name John. Can that money be identified to me? It's very hard, is it? So we are requesting you, honorable delegates, as we engage our members, let's tell them that whenever you deposit money, ensure you include your member number and at least ensure that the member number is there, because member number uniquely identifies each member. And that way, we will not have this unidentified account growing. It is a concern which we need to work on. While on the same, we are urging the board to ensure that they work with the banks so that any account, any deposit into our account, Waumini Sacco account, ensure that even before it is completed, there is member number indicated. But on our part, we educate our member, is it? We educate our members on that. So then on member ledger, the SC, we reviewed our member ledgers. This is our individual accounts, and we noted there were some minor inconsistencies, which we have taken up and shown, indicated to the board that they need to have them updated. For example, we noted the date of birth, gender, and unit name. Some were inconsistent. Others, the area we noted is incomplete information, especially to next of kin. I don't know, and I don't want to ask how many have updated their next of kin in this room, but it's good we update that section, and now you can even be able to update it using the portal. We also encourage our members to update next of kin, because we interacted with our staff at registry and they told us when that time comes that you want to reach next of kin, sometimes they find it a challenge because the information is not updated there. So whenever we are called upon by our secretary to update our data and our information, let's encourage our members to do the same. Then another area of internal control that is of our concern is a financial institution. We should have what we call segregation and separation of duties when performing any financial transaction. And this we have observed as SC that is happening in our liaison offices, in our branches, and even in our HQ, where that whenever a person is performing a financial transaction, there is what they call maker and a checker. Then on internal controls, again, we are happy to report that in the financial year 2023, the Sacco had a full functioning internal auditor and external auditor as part of our control. On document management, we reviewed just to ensure that our documents are well kept, and we noted something that our filing space is becoming small as our Sacco grows. And the SC is recommending that we have electronic document management system, which we have shared with the board, and the board have promised to work on it at the appropriate time in accordance to the Sacco strategic plan. Still on internal controls, we reviewed our procurement processes and disposal, and we are happy to report as the Supervisory Committee, we were satisfied with the process that goes on our procurement and disposal. Some of the recommendations that we shared have been acted upon by the board and the secretariat. On the Sacco financials, this is where we look whether we are complying what is as per the regulation of SASLA. So we looked at the what we call prudential ratios, and we are happy to report that we are complying on them. But there is one ratio that we are still somehow struggling, though there have been improvement from previous year, that is portfolio at risk. And we have engaged the board, and they have promised that they are working to ensure that it goes below 5% where it's supposed to be, and even chairman have alluded to the same. So on the financial performance, for the financial year 2023, we note that there have been a saving. When we compared the budgeted amount, the budget that you passed last year, and against what was there have been a saving of 11.4% against the budget. But on income, we achieved 88.6% when we compare with the budgeted income. And we all know that our main source of income as a Sacco is extending loans to our members, is it? That is our main source of income. And when we reviewed the records, we found that only 44% of our members have a loan that they are servicing. Only 44% of our members have a loan. So it is upon us to ensure that we talk to our members that yes, we are saving, but for you to reap maximum benefit, you need to take a loan and maybe develop yourself. On the loan uptake and growth, this is another area that we checked on. I just wish to go to total loan. Our loan book grew from 4.7 billion to 5.3 billion in the year 2023. When it comes to servicing of our loans, we are saying in our comprehensive review of Sacco operation, the Supervisory Committee places emphasis on prudent management of loan repayment process. We are pleased to report that our analysis have revealed commendable commitment and responsible borrowing by our members. A disciplined approach in loan repayment not only safeguards the Sacco financial soundness, but also fosters ethos among our members. I know when our member defaults, the relationship between the members who guaranteed the loan and the member they guaranteed when they are their deposits are deducted, that does not go on well. It damages our relationship even in our units. Does it happen on your end like that? Yes. So we are saying we try to educate our members on the need of ensuring that the loan we are paying, we are promptly paying the loan, both to enhance the Sacco and also the relationship at our end. On human resources, the Sacco currently is at close of the year had 64 employees, with 56% being female. And throughout the year, we know that these are the people who we engage in on daily basis whenever we want to do a transaction, is it? So as the Sacco, we noted that there have been continuous improvement on the Sacco, where they are facilitated for trainings, depending with their designation, and we also check at welfare of our staff. We noted there have been activities to motivate our staff and to check on their wellness, just to ensure that they are able to deliver value to our members. On information, communication, and technology, which we say that it is necessary, in the year 2023, there was a system upgrade, which was from Navision 2013 R2 or Release 2 to a more modern version. As at end of the year, the system deployment was at 75%. And we have been consistently following up the process with two aims. The SCM, when following the process, was in twofold. One, to ensure there is minimum disruption of services to our members, and two, to ensure any data migration is consistent. Whatever was in the old system have been migrated the way it was to the new system. And we are pleased to report to the delegate in this forum that we consistently checked on that, and the data that was migrated is consistent, and we also ensured that there was minimum interruption. Though there was interruption, I remember there was a time we could not do some services, but that have been resolved. So we wish to thank you, delegates, and also members, for being patient and understanding where this process was going on. On ICT, we have reviewed and shared with the board issues to do with Disaster Recovery Center. Now, Disaster Recovery Center is a center where we resort to, or where we turn to, when our ICT, our critical infrastructure, have been injured in any way, just to ensure that there is continuity of business. And we have shared with the board the need of having one, and they have committed that come next year we'll be reporting that we have established and set up a disaster recovery center at the place where they will appoint. So there's that promise. When it comes to Sacco, still on ICT, we analyzed the data and we found that Sacco, that is *346, seems to be the most popular used or channel of withdrawing or accessing funds from our members. And from the matrix, the Sacco have been having uptime of 98%. That means if you are to transact 100 times, only two times you'll miss or find an error on the system. Though we are still pursuing the board on the 2%, we can say there have been great improvement on that platform. So we commend the Secretariat who ensure that the platform is learning all the time. On strategic plan, so we have now 2023-2027 strategic plan in place, and we have all interacted with the strategic plan, the abridged fashion, is it? Have we interacted with our strategic plan as delegates? Yes. So we note that there have been several pillars that have been highlighted there to enable successful implementation of the strategic plan. The key pillars that have been highlighted there, the first one is monitoring and evaluation. The second pillar that have been highlighted there is leadership and commitment. The third one is effective communication. And the other one is timely implementation of activities. And lastly is the board setting up the adequate structures to ensure they support implementation. So the SC, or the Supervisory Committee, is pleased to report to this annual delegate meeting that the necessary measures have been put in place by the board. First, by establishing a monitoring and evaluation committee that is headed by the CEO and reports to the board on quarterly basis, just to ensure that the implementation is going on. And we are also promising to continue keeping the board on check, just to ensure whatever it is indicated there on timely manner, it is being implemented. On ISO certification, last year during the ADM, the Supervisory Committee reported that the ISO certification journey had started. And for you to embark on that journey, the first step is to ensure that you have policies that are up to date. So we are reporting to this to this meeting this day that during the year 2023, Waumini Sacco steered and policies were reviewed. So we are on course, and the board have promised that they are continuing with the process, and we want to affirm that the necessary contracts of the consultant have been signed, so we are on course in implementing the ISO certification. Honorable delegates, in conclusion, we are pleased to indicate that the Supervisory Committee have continued to offer its oversight role in regard and to its mandate, and that robust internal controls, risk management measures, fiduciary financial practices that have been implemented throughout the year has contributed to the SACCO's stability. We commend the dedication of our members, of you delegates, of our secretariat, and the board, all in pulling together in the same direction. Remember, if we all are not pulling in the same direction, we can achieve nothing. So as we continue to navigate the dynamics of economic landscape, rest assured, honorable delegates, that Waumini remains steadfast in its mission of providing practical financial solutions and exceptional customer experience to our members. Waumini Sacco, a future to believe in. Thank you. The report is signed by Maria Nataka, a member of Supervisory Committee, Patrick Wandera, the Secretary, and I, John Wilson, the Chairman. Thank you so much.
Dear delegates, can we give a better clap to the team of the SC? Now, I would like to have a proposer and a seconder so that we adopt this report. Yes, my brother. Give us your membership number here, please. Then for gender balance, tutaenda kwa our sister pale.
My name's Bundi, member number 034747.
Member number
034757.
757.
Yes,
thank you. Yes, our sister, right behind there.
Member number 006541. I second.
Thank you, our sister, for seconding that. Now it is my great pleasure. First of all, I want to acknowledge, as our brother Morris indicated to us, the moderator of the day, that all questions were forwarded. I want to assume that there were no other questions that were pending. So can we move to the next item, dear delegates? You agree? Tuinue mkono tujue kama ni kweli. Thank you. And therefore, it's my pleasure to invite our treasurer, Bwana George Munyi, to come and take us through the next session, which is approval of the 2023 accounts and audit reports. Karibu Bwana Munyi.
Okay, thank you, Vice Chair. And yes, I can see a few hands, that's okay. But before then, I know we still have some water. So I would request our staff, there could be a few people who want an extra bottle to do that. So thank you so much. God is good. And all the time. Thank you. So before we go to the books of accounts, hii ni hesabu, si ndio? I want us to tuchangamke kidogo. Because I don't want us to leave here na ujashika mahesabu vile ilienda. I know was it last month? Yeah, February. We had the Nairobi education here. I hope simu yako iko na calculator. I wouldn't wish tunatoka hapa na kuna swali lolote hatujajibu, sio? So I don't know whether we would stand a bit because those were lengthy speeches. To stretch kidogo, you could stretch, it's just freestyle, so that by the time we get to the next session, at least tume relax. Staki the figures zipite too. Thank you. It's fair. That's okay. Thank you. I think we could sit. We still have a quorum, so that now we could go to the next session. And how we go about the next session, we'll have two ways. Number one is that we have our external auditors. They will present the books. After presenting the books, I'll come back to explain a few things so that we walk this journey together. The only thing that I'll request, tumepewa notebooks, ndio? Tumepewa notebook? Tumeandikia so far? Hapana. Nimekuwa nikiangalia, hatujaandikia so far. So I will welcome our external auditor. Please take note. And I'll explain why we need to take notes. Just to share briefly before the auditor, I once worked somewhere. Mahali ilikuwa ni kama bus station, kuanzia asubuhi mpaka jioni. So unajua bus station kunakuwa na kelele nyingi. So nilikuwa unasikia vitu zinaendelea huko nje, but jioni ukiulizwa nini ilisemwa, singejua because I was not concentrating to what was going on. Sindio? So I want us, please, when you go to this session as your treasurer, I want to empower you as a member. Tafadhali, we need to look into that. So thank you so much. I also want to take this opportunity to just also mention the Finance and Admin Committee that has been working together with me. They are here. It's important to take note. We have Kaka Morris. I know he has stepped out a bit, but let me recognize Marcelinus, ECPA Marcelinus. We work together in the same committee. So everything that we are doing together, we do it as a team. So thank you, Marcelinus, for the support also. So external auditor, pick it up. I'll come in a minute.
Good morning, delegates. Amjambo. Mko salama? Good. So by the name, I'm CPA Paul Kipchirchir from Ronald's LLP. We were the external auditors for Waumini Sacco from the year 2021 to 2023. So allow me first of all to sincerely send my deepest gratitude for the entire Waumini Sacco, having appointed us for the last 3 years. It's been a partnership, and we really, really appreciate. So it's my honor and pleasure to take you through the financial statement. These are the audited financial statement. In the booklets you have, this report begins from page number 36, and it runs all the way to page number 67. But I'll take you through the key summary statement, because the report contains quite a number of contents. But my concern or my interest to take you through is the statement of profit or loss and other comprehensive income, or the income statement in another language, which basically highlight the performance of the society during the year. The next statement is the statement of the financial position or the balance sheet, which again gives the net worth of the society in terms of the assets and the obligations. Part of that financial statement is the component of the changes in equity in terms of the shareholder funds, the movement of share capital and the reserves. The cash flow statement is also part of a report in this booklet in terms of the movement of cash in and cash out during the year. Accounting policies, again, applicable to the society, as well as the notes to those financial statements. So kindly turn to page number 46. This is the statement of profit or loss and other comprehensive income, which I did say it gives the performance of the society during the 2023. But again, we have the comparative for the previous year, 2022. As you chart the strategy for the new, the year 2024, at least there's an history of where you are coming from, where you are. So the core business of the society being loans management. So the major component in terms of the income or the revenue is the interest on those loans, the various loan products, the total interest from loans and advances which was realized during the year stood at 684,909,205. If you look again at the comparative, the previous year, 614 million. You can see a growth of that income by 70 million, which basically represent 12%, and this is attributable to high uptake of the loan during the year. The society also do invest in other institutions such that they can generate revenue, majorly the treasury bonds, the money markets, the fixed deposit, among other items. The amount realized, 95,327,514, having the total interest income of 780,237,719. In terms of the interest expense, the major component here is the amount which the board is recommending to pay in terms of the interest on member deposit at the rate of 9.2%. Bearing in mind in the year 2022, the rate was at 9%. But also there is the component of the interest on the fixed deposit. So the 432,269,318 is the component of the rebates and the fixed deposit interest. There are also commissions and fees and dividends which the society generate from the various services which are offered. A total of 20,751,232 was realized as at the close of the year. For all these revenues to be generated, there are expenditures which are being deployed. Their breakdown are admin expenses running the operations of the society on a daily basis, the financial expenses, majorly the provision of the loan laws and the bank charges, the personnel expenses relating to the employees, governance, like this meeting we're having, and the board also, the marketing to reach the wider membership, their expenses relating to the same, then the depreciation and amortization of the intangible assets and fixed assets, total expenditure during the year, 249,295,724. Key to note again, all the expenditures were within the approved budget. If you do the summation of the incomes and the expenditures, you would get the surplus before tax of 119,422,908. The tax charge for the year, again, 13,299,097, majorly basing on the activities and the amount, the income generated during the year, vis-a-vis also the expenditure. This is the surplus now after tax of 106,123,812. This is before the appropriation or distribution. So the 106 million is again subjected to the appropriation in terms of 16% in terms of the dividends on share capital, which is coming to 70 million. There is also the portion as per the requirement of the Cooperative Societies Act, 20% of the surplus should be transferred to the statutory reserve just to cushion the society in terms of their capital adequacy. So it's 21 million. Then also as by your bylaws again in terms of the 5 million transferred to general reserve. So basically the total distribution of 96 million is composed of the dividends, statutory reserve, and transfer to the general reserve. Then again, it's the requirement of the International Financial Reporting Standards to revalue your financial assets to reflect the fair value as at the close of the year. During the year, in terms of the CIC and cooperative bank shares, in terms of the movement during the year, realizing a gain of 1,656,596. But again, the aspect of the deferred tax is factored in. That's why you can see 709,970. So on the face of this income statement, basically, the society realized a total revenue of 800 million, comparative again to the year 2022, which was 730 million, then a growth of 10%, representing 7 million increase. Then the next statement on page number 47 is the balance sheet or the financial position, which highlight the net worth in terms of the assets, liabilities, and the equity of the society. So in terms of the components of the asset, the first one, cash and cash equivalent, majorly these were the funds which were available at cash and at bank, in different bank accounts, different branches of the society, 585 million. Very key component because again, it assesses the liquidity of the society in terms of, when a member apply for the loan, does the society honor the obligation to pay their obligations when they fall due? Loans and advances, I did say one of the core business of the society is the loans management. The net loan book at the close of the year stands at 5,389,000,000 870,651. Again, if you look at the movement between the year 2022, you can see a tremendous growth of 637 million, which basically represent a growth of 13%. And majorly, that's the, the major vehicle of the society. And that's the reason, the reason or the objective of the society. Then the PPE or the property and equipment, these are the assets of the society. After factoring in, the additions during the year, depreciation, this is the net book value. Same as the intangible asset, this is the software which the society has deployed to run the operations of the society. The receivables, majorly the prepayments and receivables, as at the close of the year, 1 million. Then the investments, we did see in the income statement, I did say the society has invested in other institutions which generated an income of around 95 million. So majorly, rather than the society leaving the cash idle in the various bank accounts, they've invested in short-term, investments such that they can earn the revenue. As at the close of the year, the total investments stood at 433 million, majorly the treasury bonds, the quoted and unquoted investments also are part of it. Then the deferred tax component of it, and the other assets which majorly relate to the land projects. Total assets as a close of the year, 6,850,429,780, a growth of 514,926,504, which again represent a growth in terms of the assets of 8%. Then in terms of the obligations, another core business of the society is to mobilize the member deposits and savings. So again, we would expect that, the major liability of society is the deposit and the savings which the members are placed in the society. So in terms of the BOSA deposits, this is coming to 4,603,393,298. Again, you can see an increase of 264 million. In terms of the FOSA deposits, again, a growth of slightly over 108 million. So basically, we saw loan book grew by 637 million. Then the combination of the BOSA and FOSA deposits also have grown by 372 million. And those are the key core business of the society. Then in terms of the FOSA deposit majorly is a combination of the various, different accounts at the FOSA, including the prime account, the corporate, the junior, among others. Then the land deposits again, payables and accruals, the amounts which have not been, honored as at the close of the year, majorly the accrued expenses, among other items. Tax payable, we did see in the income statement a tax of 13 million as the tax charge for the year. But again, the society do pay the installment tax as required by the tax laws. So as at the close of the year, the balance, which is the tax payable, is 2 million. Then the interest and on member deposits and dividends, 510 million. I did say that the recommendation by the board to pay interest on member deposit at 9.2%. Then the dividends at 16%. Combination of the two items is coming to 510,464,699. Then in terms of the shareholder funds or the equity, very critical in assessing the capital adequacy of the society. Share capital, 460 million, comparative to 412, an increase of roughly 48 million. A very key component in terms of, the new members who joined the society. The members, again, who are not fully subscribed to the minimum share capital. Then in terms of the reserves, there's a growth from 585 million to 640, then again, an increase of 54 million in terms of the reserves. The breakdown of the changes in equity are actually highlighted in the next page 48. Which basically gives the breakdown of the various reserves, the retained earnings, the statutory reserve, the general reserve, among others. If you do the summation of the liabilities and the equity or the shareholder funds, you get a summation of 6,850,429,780. Again, overally on the face of your financial position or your balance sheet, the society grew by 8%, which basically represent 514 million. In terms of the core capital, the society again grew by 10%, very key component. Whereas the institutional capital again grew by 9%. The other items basically are giving, highlights to what I've taken you, the income statement and the balance sheet. So let's go to page number 40. Page number 40, just to have a glimpse of the statistical information of the society. Beginning with the membership, based again on the previous reports by the chair and the supervisory in terms of the dormant account, we can see the total membership, the breakdown of the active members and dormant members. So again, as leaders, the dormancy again, such that the members can utilize and patronize the various products of the society. But my major concern is to highlight the key ratios, the prudential ratios down there, beginning with the capital adequacy ratios. The society basically has, achieved all the capital adequacy ratios, the core capital over total assets, core capital over total deposits, share capital over the total assets, institutional capital again, very, very critical in assessing the stability of the society. The liquidity ratio, again, assessing the ability of the society to honor the obligation when they fall due. The required ratio, not less than 15%, as at the close of the year, approximately 19%. Then the operating efficiency, the net loans over total assets, the member deposits over the total assets again. A small, improvement needs to be done by encouraging members to make more savings in terms of their deposits. The only ratio which basically the society needs to work on is the delinquency ratios in terms of the portfolio at risk, which stands at 6.52. The required one should be less than 5%. the other ratios basically are the recommended in terms of the dividend and the interest. So basically in terms of the ratios, the society is doing tremendously well, and there's also room for improvement. So allow me now, delegates, to take you through our auditor independent opinion for the year 2023 to the members of Waumini Sacco Society, which begins from page number 42. So we've given a clean report or unqualified opinion based on the factual evidence which we received from, the audit. Allow me to summarize the report. We audited the accompanying financial statement of Waumini Deposit-Taking Sacco Society set out on this report, which comprises of the statement of financial position as at 31st December 2023, the statement of comprehensive income, statement of changes in equity, and statement of cash flow for the period then ended, and the summary of the accounting policies and the explanatory notes. In our opinion, the financial statement give a true and fair view of the state of the society financial affairs as at 31st December 2023, the results of its operations and the cash flow for the period ended in accordance with the requirements of International Financial Reporting Standards and the requirements of the Kenya Sacco Societies Act. The basis of our opinion is that we are guided by the international standards of auditing when conducting our audit. Our responsibilities are also highlighted in this report. We also fulfill our ethical requirement, which we are independent of Waumini Sacco in accordance with the International Ethics Standards of Board for the Accountants Code of Ethics. So we fulfilled our ethical requirements, and also in accordance with the other ethical requirements applicable in Kenya. We also believe that the audit evidence which we received during the exercise was sufficient, and also it was appropriate for us to make this opinion. In terms of the key audit matters, these are the areas which we discussed with the management as areas for priority implementation in terms of the requirements of IFRS 9 and IFRS. The responsibility of the Board of Directors majorly is to prepare these financial statements, and we do confirm that the financial statements were prepared in accordance with the requirements of the International Financial Reporting Standards and also the requirements of the Kenya Societies Act. It's their role again, or their responsibility, to design, implement, and maintain internal controls relevant to preparation of these financial statements, which also we do confirm, that the internal controls in place are effective. Lastly, we are again required to report on other legal requirements as per the Cooperative Societies Act, which we report to you that the financial statements which are presented to you are in agreement with the books of accounts kept by the society, and that based on our audit, nothing came to our attention that causes us to believe that the society business has not been conducted, one, in accordance with the provisions of the Kenya Cooperative Societies Act, the cooperative society objectives, the bylaws, and the resolutions made by the general meeting, majorly meaning that the society is complying with the provisions of the Kenyan Cooperative Societies Act, the objectives of the cooperative societies, the bylaws of the society, and also the resolutions made by the society during such general meetings. The engagement partner responsible resulting into this independent opinion was CPA Ronald N. Bosi, practicing number 1865. Same was signed on 9th of February, and the reports again were approved by SASRA to be presented to you members for discussion. That's the end of my report. I thank you.
Okay, thank you, Bwana Auditor. So quite a number of figures there. Thank you. Our auditor is called Bwana Paul. Thank you, from Ronald's. So now, members, it's that time that we have a discussion. But before we have a discussion on these accounts, we need to first propose and adopt them. Then open discussion as a family. So can we have a proposer? Yes, I can see a hand. Uko nyuma. Maybe we can also have, if anybody is that side, it would be good. We can have an open discussion. Yeah.
Member number 022079. I propose.
Thank you, Bwana Kioko, thank you. Maybe a lady that side, Munene, you can give someone.
Member number 032859.
Thank you. Now members, this is the time tulisema lazima tutoe calculator na tutoe kitabu. We need to understand these books. Remember when we came here, tulitumwa na own members, ndio? Na ukirudi kwa unit, ni watakuwa na kuuliza sako inaendelea vipi, si ndio? And Bwana Paul will not be there to explain to them. And you are our ambassador there. Si ni sawa? So have your pen and a paper, 2 minutes. We go through some issues that we want to say. There is a report that our chair shared with us earlier. For me as the treasurer is to put it into practice, ndio? And we can get some results. Let me see from this group of delegates here. Ni wangapi wangependa a superior performance for the Sacco? To see the Sacco do much better than we are doing today. Almost everybody. Thank you. Then how many of us also agree some work has been done but hatujafika mahali tunafaa kufika? Thank you. So now let's open our books to page number 46. Page number 46. This is where we have to speak like a family. Na kwa uso tukiambiana ukweli. So now, the role of the Sacco is to mobilize deposits, issue loans, and from the money that you give us, we lend back to members, and whatever we have to invest. In short, ile pesa yenye unaleta kwa Sacco, tunaiweka pamoja sisi wote, the 40,000 members. Ukikujia mkopo tunakupa. Ile kidogo tuko nayo tunaweka kwa other high value investments. Then from that get some revenue, si ndio? Now, when you check, there is something called total interest income. Total interest income, page number 46. I hope tunatembea pamoja, eh? So last year, our income was 780 million. What I mean with income is that tulikupea loan. Wakati unalipa loan, kuna ka interest kidogo huwa tunacharge. So hiyo interest yako shilingi 10, ya mwingine 1,000, ya mwingine 2,000, tukiweka pamoja, we were able to realize 780 million. The previous year, 2022, that was 707 million. So in essence, there was 73 more million that we did last year. Tuko pamoja hadi hapo? Thank you. Let me also say something. Just like I know we could be working either biashara ama we employed somewhere. Whenever you get your money, ukilipo mshahara, In economics, we say you can only do 3 things with the money that you get. You either consume, you either save, or you invest. Vitu tatu. I know kuna nowadays wanasema mambo ni matatu, but kuna vitu tatu that you can do with your money. You either consume, you either save, or you invest. 3 things, members. So we have some expenses that we have. So the expenses that we had last year was 249 million, but the previous year was 226 million. So there is a bit of increase, and we realize that. But I want to draw your attention, kuna vitu mbili. The chair, board, and chair supervisory said earlier that as a SACCO, we are quite prudent to utilize resources as required. Now, members, the next page 47. We are working together. It's a story that I'm giving. Page 47, kuna kitu inaitwa interest on members, deposits, and dividends. Umeona hiyo line kabla total liabilities? Umeona hiyo line? Iko na pesa ngapi? 510. So, tutoe calculator sasa. I want you, by the time you're going back to your unit, you'll be telling your members what we need to do as a SACCO. So, I need you to get your calculator. Sitataka uweke the full figure. Take 510. Usichukue the other part, just to make it simple. Take 510. Divide that by, unaona ile revenue tulipata ya 780? On page 46. So 510 divided by 780. It should give you a figure around 64-65%. Nimekupia ngapi? Then you multiply by 100. 510 divided by 780 times 100. 65%. Thank you. So what that means for you, delegates, is this. That for every 1 shilling that we make, 65 cents come back to you as deposits or dividends. Si tunataka better dividends. Si tunataka better dividends. That, nirudie tena. Thank you. Na ndio sasa, unajua tumesema delegates, you are our ambassadors. Tukienda pale, we need to inform our members. Tumesema hivi, 510 divided by 780 is 65%. Ndio? Let me use 100 shillings. Tunasema hivi, for every 100 shillings that Waumini makes, 65 shillings is given back to members as either deposits or dividends. Ndio? Tunaelewana hadi hapo? Now, there has always been this, we also want better returns for the SACCO. So swali ni, what is it that we must do to get better returns for the SACCO? Sawa sawa? What is this that we must do? I said as your treasurer, nachukua report ya the chairs and I make it practical. Ndio ukirudi kwa unit, you know what we need to do. Ndio God willing tukipatana hapa next year, we can face each other to the face and say, we did it together. Sini sawa? Now, let's do this so that you see what we need to do. I want to take you to page number 40. Members, let's go to page number 40. Page number 40, pale chini kuna mali kunaitwa operating efficiency ratios. Hapo chini tu. Tuko pamoja hadi hapo? Kuna kitu inaitwa member deposits while compared to total assets. Umeona hiyo line? Kuna kitu imeandikwa 70 to 80%. Umeona kitu kaa hiyo? What you are being told is this. That member deposits, when you compare to the assets of the SACCO, they should be within the range of 70 to 80%. So what was our performance? So if we are supposed to be, 70 is the bottom, pale chini. Sindio? And 80 is on the higher side, which is favorable. Sindio? And as Waumini, we are at 67. So are we doing very well? So what should we do to improve that figure? We need more deposits. But again, as we say that, there is always a question, and tutajaribu kuiansa sahi. So what that is telling you is that our level of deposits is much lower than where we should be. Our chair said that we have a strategic plan, and by the year 2027, our deposits should be in the range of 7 billion Kenya shillings. We are not yet there, but we need to walk the talk. We need to walk there, because I would wish in the next 1 year, the next 2 years, we are seeing much better returns for our members. So let me try to create a certain scenario, ndio tujue venye tunaweza enda. Currently, tumeambiwa how many active members have loans percentage wise. 44%, si ndio? Unajua lazima tuambiane ukweli. Now, let me use an example here. I know we could be having some people who love football. Football inachezwa na watu wangapi? 11 players, each team, si ndio? So what is 44% of 11? Someone, kalamu tu. Our calculator again. 44% of 11. Sorry? How many? 5. Huh? Sorry? 5. So what we are saying is this. We went to a football match. Tuliambiwa tulete watu 11. Lakini sisi tukasema tumeleta watu 5 na tunataka kushindana na tushinde vikombe. That's what it means. Because we have dormant members. Si ndio? Now if you want more returns, we have to ensure our level of dormancy imeenda chini. And members, they need to get their loans. Tuko sawa hadi hapo? Now, from us as a board and as your treasurer, there are 3 things that we need to do. Number 1, we need to increase our level of deposits. But number 2, and when I check at the board and we've agreed and the secretariat, we need to control our expenses. If you go to the same page, number 40, there is a third last line inasema total operating expenses while compared to total revenue. Umeona hiyo line? Third from bottom. Umeona hiyo? So meaning we are at 31%, meaning that for every 100 shillings that we make, 30 goes to our expenses totally. Sini sawa? So we need to be more frugal and more prudent in our utilization of resources. But as we do that, we need to bake a bigger cake. Do you agree we need to bake a bigger cake? But as we bake this cake, we also need to protect our investment. Sawa? We need to protect our... One of the challenges, both Chair SC, Chair Board, they've said, is the issue of defaulters. And this issue of defaulters, ni watu kama sisi, si ndio? See, they are our friends and colleagues. And yesterday, and I'm trying to let you think and what you can go tell your members also. Yesterday was a special day. What was happening yesterday? And we celebrate all our ladies in the room. And as we do that, I want to remind ourselves, there was something that happened in 1995. It's called the Beijing Declaration. Mnakumbuka what happened in Beijing? They said we need equal rights for all genders, ndio? And today we have the fruits that we are seeing today. So I would like to challenge us because as we look at Waumini today, I want us to challenge ourselves that it's possible to have a better Waumini. But there are things that we must agree. That this issue of defaulters, we must deal with it head on. Let me tell you the impact of defaulters. Let me take you to page number... Page number, this is... I know I'm yet to get to the budget, but let me use the budget for quick reference. Page 68. We are yet to get the budget, but let me show you something. Page 68 is our budget. Utaona hapo juu kuna income, utaenda expenses, then kuna kitu inaitwa financial. Unaona hiyo header? Unaona hiyo header? Inaitwa financial. Page 68, I don't want to leave anybody behind. Page 68, tunasema pale juu ni income, kuna expenses, kuna mali pameandikwa financial. Umeona hiyo financial? Then the second line inaitwa provision for loans. Kitu kama hiyo, provision for loans. So, last year, as an expense, we spent 22 million as a Sacco, not to spend, but we provided for 22 million because we had some bad loans within ourselves. Now, this is what we can agree together. That this issue of defaulters, we must face it head on. And I know Chair said some of the strategies that we've put into place. Number 1, we've said that we are also getting professional debt recovery team. And with that, we believe with the strategies that we are putting together that can be contained. But I want us now to have a consolata declaration. There are 3 things that I would try to beg members here. Number 1, as a board when we retreat, let me ask here, we represent units. Is there a member here who knows, apart from the number of your members, let me speak in Swahili to put it simply, tuna represent our own units, ndio? Hapa, isipokuwa wale members unajua ni wangapi una represent. You know how much in deposits that they hold? How many? Do you know your unit, the number of loans that totally, assuming you are 50, the number of loans that you have, do you know? Haujui, si ndio? So we are saying we need to empower our delegates. So that now we'll be telling you, you are delegate A from institution B. You have 100 members. Within your unit of these 100 members, you have deposits worth 10 million, for example. But your loans, they are not at par. So that when we meet here next year, the 10% we want, the 11%, kila mtu atakuwa amechangia. Na haitakuwa ni ile football, ni watu waine walicheza ama watano, yeta wa opponents wa 11, si ndio? Tuko pamoja hadi hapo. So I needed to say that as your treasurer because pesa itatoka juu yanguke. We have to create it ourselves, si ndio? So that's our request. So when you read this book, there are certain things that we need to challenge ourselves, and we've said that we have a consolata declaration that we shall increase our deposits. So when you get that information, please, if you realize that your deposits ziko chini, and we've said every year, we need to grow our deposits by 25%. GK here as a task for you and your people in your unit. Number 2, people will take loans prudently. Si kuchukua tu pesa for the sake of. Sini sawa? Number 3, we shall protect our money. Sini sawa? So I'm also sure there could be delegates here wajui kuna members wao wame default. See, there is that possibility. You could be here as a delegate and your member has defaulted na ujui and you are our ambassador. Those are the things that we must do together. And I'm sure we shall win this war. Sini sawa? So thank you so much. Now allow me to address 2 concerns that had come with the report, and it's in regards to some expenses. The first one was the issue of Kisumu. As your treasurer, I need to address the issue of Kisumu as a branch and why Kisumu. So just to share with you some statistics about Kisumu. Just a minute. Kisumu as a branch. One minute. Yes. Now, Kisumu, we anticipate it will serve a number of counties. We have Kakamega or dioceses, so counties Kakamega, we have Kisumu, Busia, Vihiga, and such. As we speak today, that region, we have deposits worth 122 million. 122? That region, eh? However, the loans that they've taken, that region, Kisumu, is 184 million. What does that tell you? What is the multiplier of our loans here? Sorry? Times? So what is the full potential of Kisumu as a region? It's 122 times 4, which is 488 million. But currently, Kisumu as a region inatupea only 184 million. From our own estimation, is that by the end of the year, Kisumu alone, unakumbuka ile 780 million yenye tulitengeneza? Kisumu alone will contribute 56 million in revenue now. See loans. So unajua kuna ile percentage interest una charge kidogo ya loan. Kisumu as a region will give us 56 million by the end of the year. Then over and above that, they will incur a cost of 8 million. So let me ask you, if you had 8 million, na unaambiwa hii pesa next year itakuwa imetoka 56, na hiyo branch hakuna mahali inaenda, itakuweko mwaka ingine na ingine na ingine. Then, and I love the fact that Kisumu, they also came in big numbers. We also want to have presence in many more areas. We have our liaison office in Mombasa. We would wish it grows. And just to give you figures, why it's important for us to consider such things. Number 1, the population of Kenya today is 50 million. Sindio? Approximately. Tuko pamoja hadi hapo. Ni hesabu na tunatoka hapa tumeielewa. 50 million. Ukiangalia, if you Google from Wikipedia, the percentage of Christians in Kenya stands at 85%. Tuko hapo. Percentage of Christians in Kenya is at 85%. That translates to 42 million Kenyans. Sini sawa? Tuko pamoja hadi hapo? Now, let's come home, Catholic. From the same statistics, it says 20% of Christians in Kenya are Catholics. So what is 20% of 42 million? Calculate again, mtu aniambia 20% of 42 million. Somebody? You can do? So 8.4 million Kenyans are what? 8.4 million Kenyans are what? Now, what is from Chair's report? Unajua huwa anapenda kuuliza maswali ndio tukitoka hapa tuko tumeeleanwa. Chair alisema tuko members wangapi this year? 60,000. Thank you. I can see you are attentive. So what is 60,000 divided by 8.4 million? What's that percentage? No, tupatane tu. Tuambiane ukweli. Unajua you have to get to Canaan at the end of the day. 0.7%. We are below 1% as Waumini of all Catholics being members. Now, I'll also inform you, in your circles, in your units, I know there are members who are not members of Waumini, and from here we need to walk that talk. Chair said we shall use the delegates to recruit. Sindio? So you need to also come and show. And there is something that the board will be discussing. How are we able to reward best performing units, best performing delegates? So that when we meet here next year, having protected our products, tutakuwa mwisho wake we can see better returns. So I wanted to summarize that because maswali ilikuja mapema and those are some of the concerns. So ours as a Sacco at the moment is to protect the money, lower our cost. But we are looking upon you as a delegate or as a member to grow our revenue. And I'm sure, God willing, Mungu akisaidia, we shall have a very different story come next year. I also know tumekuja safari, hatujakuwa mali tuko, si ndio? Si Sacco inaendelea kukua, and I'm sure we'll get there. So thank you. So now allow me to get to the next issue, which is a surplus. Now, I want to invite you to page number 39, members. Page number 39. Page number 39, there's a table there. Inaitwa principal activity with the result. Sindio? Tumeona hiyo page, page number 39. Are we together, members? Delegates, tuko pamoja? Thank you. So, kuna hiyo table, and you can see a figure of 119,422,000. Can you see that figure? Now, I want to show you mali imetoka, ndio tutembe pamoja. So now that figure comes from page number 46. Go to page number 46 kidogo. Can you see surplus before tax? Page number 46. The surplus before tax. Tuko pamoja, umeona hiyo 119,422,908. So hiyo ndo inatoka. Now let's go back to page number 39. So we are saying last year as Waumini Sacco, we made a surplus before tax of 119,422,908. Now what do we do with this surplus? Number one, we have to give Caesar what belongs to Caesar. Sindio? We need to pay our taxes. So here, as a percentage, we are paying 13 million. Pesa yenye inabaki ni ngapi? 106, 123, 812. Sindio? Now, we have some reserves. And the purpose of reserves ni kama vile hata ukilipwa pesa si yote unakula, sindio? You put aside for a rainy day. So we have what we call general reserves. So we are putting 5 million there. Then we have what we call statutory reserves. Statutory, sisi tunaamua, hiyo ni sheria. Na sheria inasema hivi, 20% of your surplus, the tax needs to be saved. And I tend to believe is a good idea that we can pick here. Chair, I don't know whether it's through you, tulikuwa tunasema consolata declaration. Unasikia serikali inatuambia 20% of the money that you make you save. Could we say even for Waumini? Ukishalipwa mshahara, 20% of that money we need to save. I'm sure we would be very far. Sindio? Unaona hata serikali inatuambia as a Sacco. You understand? The government is telling us as a Sacco that 20% of the money that we make, we need to save. So even if we were to pick that, I'm sure we'll be very far. Then, so 20% of 106 million is what you're seeing there as 21.2 million. Tuko pamoja hadi na sitaki kukupoteza. I know, ukienda pale you will be the Paul in your institution. Na lazima uketi na members waeleze kabisa. Then, propose dividends, and we pay dividends against share capital and interest against deposits. Tuko pamoja hadi hapo? So we are proposing to pay dividends worth 70 million at a rate yenye itapeanwa pale chini. Then tukiweka hiyo yote pamoja kuna inakuja 96 million. So meaning hata after tumefanya hiyo kazi yote another 9 million imebaki na tutaweka kwa general reserves. Si ni sawa hadi hapo? So that's how we are using our money. Then finally, members, where the rubber meets the road is the interest on members' deposits. I know it's a resolution that is coming in. Na hapa ningependa tuangalie vizuri. Now, kuna kitu hapo imeandikwa the board recommends. Same page 39. Tuko pamoja? Are we together, members? Delegates, tuko pamoja? Now we are proposing 9.2%, which is equivalent to 428,646,428. The previous year, we had given 391,247,651, which was equivalent to 9. Tuko pamoja hadi hapo? Now calculate yako tena. We are living here tukuwa tumeshika hii hesabu. I want us to do a minus 428 minus 391. Usiweke hizo figures zingine. 37 million. So we are giving 37 more million this year than we did last year. In terms of percentage, ngapi? 0 point? 0 point? So let me ask you. We want better returns. Kama 37 million tumechukua tukaweka kwa kiti na ime translate to 0.2%, and I'm sure we want 10, 11, 12. What must we do to get there? Unaona hilo swali tunaulizana? Yani this year, by us paying 9.2%, tumeongeza 37 million kwa ile kikapu, si ndio? Tuko pamoja hadi hapo? We've added 37 more million kwa ile kikapu na tukapata 9.2%. Now, next year and other years, we want better performance. Si ndio? So that tells you we must do much more as a team. Not the board, as a team, Waumini family, to achieve where we need to go. And we've said, as part of the Consolata declaration, we need to save more. We as the we need to know the statistics of our units. We need to take loans that are prudent. As a Sacco, as a board, we need to protect our resources. And at the end of the day, we should be where we want to go. So, sijui kama kuna mtu amesaidika with that discussion that we've had. Let me see with mkono tuone wenye wamesaidika with the discussion that we've had. Thank you so much. That's the purpose of being a delegate. We want to empower you so that by the time you're going back, it's very clear what needs to be done. Hiyo ni sawa? So I have one more task that I need us to go through, which is the budget. So let's go to page number 68 now. Page number 68, the budget for next year. Yes, page number 68. Okay, thank you. Are we page number 68? Page number 68. Thank you. Number 1 is on our income. And we've said, how does Waumini Sacco make money? Income. You give us your deposits, you repay your loans. From the money that we get, ile kikapu ambacho tunaweka hiyo pesa, we also give other members. Ni sawa hadi hapo? Tukipea members wengine, wanarudishanga na small interest, ndio? And one of the things I want to thank the entire board and more so the chair is that we've reviewed the interest rates of our products. I don't know whether there is anybody amejaribu kujua the interest rate in the banks currently. Kuna mtu anajua? Kuna mtu anajua ziko ngapi sahi? 17 kuelekea 20%. Sirona, 17 kuelekea 20% with many other things. But at Waumini, we are still at mostly 12%. So we are saying next year, there are things that we must agree here. when I'm reading this budget, it's a commitment. Si yangu peke yangu, ni sisi pamo. That next year, interest from loans, I mean these. Ile pesa members wamepewa, na wakalipa deposits. Next year, which is now, okay, this year, 2024, we expect to have 892 million. Maybe I should have introduced the columns on that table. The first column, of course, it gives whatever the particulars. Number 2 was the budget for last year. Remember last year we met in this place. Na muka approve budget ya last year, sindio? That's the first column. Unaona imeandikwa budget % of the budget. Unakumbuka hilo, that statement? Yeah, so that's the actual. Then approved budget for 2024. What do I mean with that? Last year when we met here, same place, you approved the budget for 2024. Just like we are seated here, we shall approve the budget for next year. Sini sawa? Tuko pamoja hadi hapo? Then revised budget is what now we are discussing. Because like any other plan, unaweza plan itatembea hivi, ukifika kwa barabara unaona, aza niongeze speed kidogo, ama niende pole pole kidogo, depending with what you find along the way, sindio? So that's what we are discussing today. It's a second column from the last. Then the last column is the proposed budget for 2025, next year, which again shall be approved today. Tuko sawa hadi hapo delegates? Tunatembea pamoja? So we are saying interest from loans and advances. And I've explained that's the interest that we get when we give a member a loan and they repay. We are saying next year, we want that to increase from what we did this year of 684 million to 892 million. Wow. What is 892 minus 684? Calculator again. This is a budget. You are budgeting. When you go back there, you'll be the treasurer. So, ni vizuri tutembee pamoja. 892 minus 684. Sorry? Kuna mtu amepata? 892. Siaka hizo za mwisho. Just pick the first one. 892 minus 6208. What we are committing ourselves to here is that this year, 2024, and please remember, 2024 miezi mbili imeenda, si ndio? Si January na February imeenda. We are starting March. So meaning we must do much more, si ndio? That this year, the revenue that we must get from loans must increase by over 200 million. If you ask me whether it's doable, I would tell you hata hiyo ni kidogo. I've already told you that Waumini Sacco members, they're just 0.5% of the Catholics that we have in this country. Sindio? What if we tulifika 2% ama 3%? This is doable. Hii hatuko na Kisumu, and from what I'm hearing from Kisumu, they are giving us 56 million that we didn't have. So I believe even other regions, Nairobi, now Kisumu, Nyeri Archdiocese, Mombasa, and everybody, we are working together. Sindio? Tumekubaliana hadi hapo. So next year, tukipata tujafika hapo, tunaulizana maswali sisi wote. In fact, CEO will come with statistics telling us Unit X was the best in terms of this. Thank you. So we also have the interest from other interest income. This is the money that we get either with tuneka kwa treasury bills, treasury bonds, and other operating income. So overall, next year, we anticipate to have a revenue of 1 billion. Now, that's a milestone, and I would wish that happen when we are still here. That finally Waumini made a profit of 1 billion. Let me ask a very simple question. Let me ask a very simple question. You've always seen commercial banks, when they declare their profits, is in billions. Tasikia sijui Equity, 10, Cooperative, 10. Sindio? Who are members of Equity? Sini watu wa kawaida? Sindio? Who are the members of KCB and other banks? Sini watu wa kawaida? But we are saying we as a church, we as the Catholic Church, we are able to surpass that if we can put our money together. Remember, Waumini is able to give you FOSA services zenye kule. I don't know, I'm not here to just make statements, but let me tell you, and sorry to say this, unless you have share in a bank, you're just a customer. Tuko pamoja hadi hapo? Unless you have shares there, you're just a... But Waumini ni yako. You are a shareholder here. Kenya tumetengeneza, we distribute. So then why do we need to patronize other banks? What we should be saying, let's strengthen our own Waumini to a level where we don't need any other bank out there. That's why tumewaletea agency banking, tumewaletea till numbers, tumewaletea checkbooks, tumewaletea advances and all that. Then you can borrow your own money and repay, na Kenya umetengeneza inarudi kwa mfuko ya. So when you hear these commercial banks declare their profit, ukisikia 20 billion, mwezi itiwa hata shilingi moja? No, let's be honest. Si utasikia, they will declare, si ndio? Will they not declare? Utasikia, in fact itakuwa kwa front page ya gazeti. Watakuwa nasema, this year we were the profit yetu ilikuwa 10 billion. But utasikia member ameitiwa hata shilingi moja. Hata ukienda kwa hiyo banka kunanga hata maji. Kunakuwa na maji? Because they see you just a customer. Period. But we are saying we can build our own Waumini to be such a strong. Let me tell you, we also have some SACCOs, for example, teacher SACCOs and others. Those teachers do not have any other bank account. All they know is their SACCO. I also hope one day Waumini is our SACCO and nothing else. Hiyo shilingi 30 unaenda kutoa kwa ATM huko nje in another bank, that could have been revenue. Na tumesema for every 100 shillings, 65 inakurudia wewe. So hiyo 30 bob unatoanga ATM, 65% of that is close to 20 shillings. Ungekuwa unajua hata na withdraw tu na shilingi yake tumedistribute na unarudisha nyumbani. Think of that day we shall be distributing 10 billion na inarudi kwa mfuko yako. How much money would that be? So why are we giving money elsewhere? That's a basic question. Why are we giving money elsewhere? Na huko wewe ni customer. Hiyo nitawaambia ukweli. Najua mnaitangwa nyingine lakini wewe ni customer. Let's continue. Let's go to expenses. Thank you. Now for expenses, Chair said, and we are operating in a very difficult environment. Hata kwa boma yako kuna vitu zimebadilika. Kuanzia last year July. Vitu zimebadili. So we need to ensure that our expenses are within range. Of course hapa imegrow kidogo, but I can tell you like this year and from both reports and like the external auditor said, we had a saving of 11%. So we spent 11% less than what you even approved. Tumelo hiyo statement. Last year you approved a budget. Sindio? But because of us being prudent, we spent 11% less of what you approved as a member. So we also hope that this expense this year will be much less than this. Million. Let me ask a basic question, A basic question. I agree. Na tutakaza mshipi kabisa. Would you tell me one of the most advertised either brands or organizations hapa Kenya? Hivi unaionanga kwa TV, billboard ama ni gani? Nasikia Safaricom. Mwingine? Huh? Okay, KCB sawa. Mwingine? It's a beverage by the way. Coca-Cola, you've gotten it right. Who is the competitor of Coca-Cola in Kenya? Tell me. You know that Coca-Cola iko na the entire brands, Who is the competitor that you know of? I can see some people shaking hakuna. So why do they advertise? You tell me. Kama una competitor, why do you advertise? You tell me. Do you also know Coca-Cola advertises more? Unaona hii July? Unaona hii July ni tunaenda ina baridi. They advertise more and you all know soda tukunywangi July, si ndio? Naongea pole pole. Wasisikie. Tuko pamoja hadi hapo. Si tunakunywanga chai sababu kuna baridi. But they know they cannot risk a competitor come to their market. It's called the blue ocean strategy. Waliingia na wakashika. Unaelewa sasa? So we'll be prudent in utilizing markets. I've already told you we are only covering less than 0.57% of Catholics. Sindio? Watajuaje tuko kama tujaenda kwao? Kama wewe delegate hatujakutuma na tumekufacilitate na fare ya kwenda the next unit. You know some of our units, by the way, you will realize there is a Catholic unit next to you and members wa Waumini. Do you know where tutatuma? Sini sawa? Tuko pamoja hadi hapo. So if we are sending you, we also need to facilitate you. Sini sawa hadi hapo? So let's look at it that way. But we also commit that we shall be prudent. Sini sawa? Then of course kuna governance cost. Apart from part of governance, you know there is something chair said as I conclude. Alisema kuhusu kuna airtime, kuna our cost of living hapa. So at the end of the day, it has to look at it. And we hope, by the way, when the cake becomes bigger, we can even facilitate our delegates much better. Sini sawa? But we need to fold our sleeves and walk the talk. Sini sawa? So that's a proposed budget for next year. And having done all that, we hope next year we shall be distributing 642 million, up from 510 this year. Iko kwa kitabu. But trust you me, tukikubaliana, we could come back here and distribute over 800 million or even a billion. If everybody does what they are supposed to do. If everybody does what they are supposed to do. So that's what I would like to say. So that's a proposed budget. I can tell you for sure, it's a very practical budget. If we walk the talk, trust you me, God willing, next year, we'll have a very nice story to tell. You've seen we've also invited the media. They'll be here next year to check whether we walk this talk. Sindio? Na sitaki kuambiwa ni mimi tu nilisema maneno yangu, sindio? Am I getting the commitment that we'll walk that talk from your units? Ni vile tunainua tu mkono.
Costume number and the description, and then I look at the proposal. I hope we are all on that page. Are we together? We go to item number 1. Under Article 2.1, it is described the location of the registration office in the current bylaws shows that we are still in Waumini House Westlands. The board is proposing to change the location to Applewood Adams. Let's go to item number 2. Under Article 3.3, subsection 28, 29, which describes the category of members. As you look at the status, the board is seeking the amendment of this subsection by the addition of category C and D as indicated below. Category A shall mean individual member. Category B shall mean Catholic institutions. Category C shall mean groups or chamas. Category D shall mean registered firms owned by members. Let's go to item number 3. Under Article 4, which describes vision in our current bylaws, it reads, to be the fast growing circle by providing effective value-added products to our customers. In line with the 2023-2027 strategic plan, the circle vision was varied. The board is seeking the incorporation of the amendment vision to read as follows: a leading Catholic circle in sustainable socio-economic empowerment. Let's go to page 72. Under Article 5, which describes mission, in line with the 2023-2027 strategic plan, the circle mission was varied. The board is seeking the incorporation of the amended mission to read as follows: to provide practical financial solution and exceptional customer experience to members. We go to our next item. Under Article 10, which describes membership eligibility, the board is seeking amendment of Article 10, subsection G, by deletion of 10G, which states that past and present employees of other institutions approved by the board shall be eligible for membership. The purpose of the above change is, the deletion above is to reduce the ambiguity which can be brought by introducing other institutions that are not Catholic related. The board is seeking the amendment of Article 10D by introducing of firms owned by Sacco members by rephrasing of the said Article 10D to include firms owned by individual members. Article 10D should therefore read, corporate institutions, registered groups, registered firms owned by members, and individuals, formal and informal businesses as approved by a resolution of a delegates meeting of the society. Our next item. Under Article 13, which describes admission into membership, the board is seeking to amend Article 13 by the introduction of the share capital which shall be held by category B, C, and D. The article shall be read as follows. There shall be 4 categories of membership. The category A, B, C, and D. The memberships provided that an applicant who requirement of Article 10 above shall be admitted to membership upon payment of prevailing entrance fee and purchase of minimum shares applicable to each category. Category A, 15,000, category B, 60,000, category C, 20,000, and category D, 30,000, or such other value as shall be proposed by the board of directors and approved by the ADM from time to time. Our next item. Under section 15E and 17.1, which describes to harmonize the number of times a member can receive statement, the board is seeking the harmonization of Article 15E and 17.1 by allowing members unlimited access to their statements. The change will be read as follows. Every member shall have access to their statement through the members' portal at any given time. Upon request, a member shall be availed with a statement from any of the Sacco branches subject to payment of the normal fee. Page 74. Our next item. Under section 28B, which describes shares, following the replacement of physical shares, the board is seeking amendment of the Article 28B by enabling members to access their shares through their ledger statements. The article shall be read as follows. A member shall access their statement whose contents shall include the number of shares held. Our next item. Under section 42B, which describes annual meeting after the closure of the society's financial year. Under section 42C, which describes to add the nature of the meeting, the board is requesting to amend Article 42 by addition of 42C, which provides how the Sacco shall conduct its ADM meeting. The article shall read as follows. Except as provided herein, Waumini Sacco shall hold its ADM meetings physically. Number 2, despite subsection 1 above, Waumini Sacco may hold its ADM meetings virtually or a hybrid, that is virtual and physical. Meeting is exceptional circumstances and subject to compliance with such requirements as may be prescribed in the regulation or by any other written law. Our next item. Under section 56.4F, which describes election process, the board is seeking to amend Article 56.4F to allow extension of the application date by 30 days before the election day. To insert 56.4F with at least 30 days notice before the day of election. The article shall be read as follows. Nomination of candidates shall be from successfully vetted applicants who should apply 30 days before the day of election. Our next item. Under section 56.4G, still on election process, the board is requesting to amend 56.4G by introduction of the methodology that will apply to all elections. All elections shall be by secret ballot, which will be either manual or electronic. Our next item. Under section 57, which describes the board of directors and committees board, the board is requesting to amend Article 57 by introduction of a board or supervisory member exits. The delegate from a unit shall be eligible for election subject to 1 above in the subsequent election. Our next item. Under Article 75, which describes executive officers, in line with the regulatory requirement which replaced executive with signatories, the board is seeking to replace executive with signatories, to remove the executive officers and replace it with signatories. The chair, the vice chair, treasurer, and honorary secretary shall be termed signatory committee. The signatories are elected annually after the ADM during the board committee's constitution, like any other committee, and not for a term of 3 years. Our next item. Under Article 79, which describes removal of management committee, to rename finance committee with finance and admin committee. There shall be a finance and admin committee which shall consist of 3 members who shall be members of the board of directors, including the treasurer of the society, who shall be the committee chairperson. Our next item. Under Article 80, which describes credit committee, the board is seeking to remove executive board of directors with signatories. The credit committee shall consist of 3 members who shall be members of the board of directors, but none of them shall be members of the signatories. The credit committee shall be chosen at a meeting of the board of directors within 7 days after the elections. Our last item. Under Article 81, which describes education and marketing committee, the board is requesting to revise the composition of the education and marketing committee. The members of the education and marketing committee shall consist of 4 members who shall be members of the board of directors. The committee shall be chaired by the society's vice chairman. Thank you. I request the Master of Ceremony to take over from there. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorary Secretary. It is not the MC but the chair to take over, only mtu wa mkono, si ni kweli? So those are the proposed bylaws. You have them in the book, and at an opportune time you'll probably be passing them or not. But then before that, as order requires, we have to adopt those particular proposals, and in that case, we seek to get a proposer and a seconder before we come to the debating part. I know we have our members who are upstairs. I don't want to call them that they are members in the diaspora. That would mean they are very far away. We have our members up there. We want you to participate, so probably I'll seek to get a proposer from upstairs. I can see a hand at that corner and another hand at the other corner. I'm not sure if they are all still celebrating yesterday, but we'll hear when they talk. Microphone, anyone with a microphone? Karaoke? Do you have somebody who can go up the stairs? Apparently there is no microphone there, but we give them a minute, they'll have a microphone. And at the corner.
Member number 17283, I propose.
17283, that is 017283 proposes. And at the far end, I can see a hand there. Karaoke, please.
Member number 23550, I second.
Thank you. Apparently they are all still celebrating, so congratulations. And we still enjoy and relax and cheer yesterday. The day is still going on. So hatujamaliza, bado tuko pale. So members, after the adoption of that report, we want to allow only 2 reactions. Only 2 reactions, and then we move to the next agenda. Because these are information already we have with us. Can I get a microphone to that hand and that hand there?
Thank you for the opportunity, and thank you for the good revision you've done. I just have a concern on page 2. You are about the membership eligibility and the proposed recommendation 10D. Corporate institutions, registered groups, registered firms owned by members. My concern is, and individuals in formal and informal businesses as approved by a resolution of a delegates meeting of the society. The individuals in formal and informal businesses is my concern. And we opening a Pandora box, which individuals? Because you already said registered firm owned by members, that one is okay. But now these individuals, informal and informal businesses. Thank you.
Your membership number, please, once again.
020451.
020451. Thank you. And then the last one is, there's a hand here. Karaoke, a little bit of gym work today, Pole. The hand again, there is a hand there, yes.
Thank you. Member, okay, good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon.
Member 0276 48. Mine is on page 76, which is the last bit, Education and Marketing Committee. The members of the Education Committee and Education and Marketing Committee shall consist of 4 members who shall be members of the Board of Directors. The committee shall be chaired by the society's vice chairman. What if it's a lady?
Thank you. We get you. Thank you. Thank you for that observation. Okay. Honorable members, we'll welcome the chair to respond to those 2 concerns and then we can move on. Is that okay? Yes. Bwana Chairman, supposing it is a lady, will she become a chairman?
Thank you. Thank you, team, for those observations. I start with the most difficult one from my brother. Yes, we said we need to be equal. Now, we get all those concerns quite often. It was quite a debate even during our constitutional review, how to treat chair lady, chairman, chairperson, so that we can use a language more inclusive. Conventionally, actually, when we talk about chairman, this man is for both species, but to satisfy our sisters, I think we will take a more inclusive fashion so that whether it is a lady or a gentleman, it can apply. So we take that. But I'm sure that is a debate in many other spaces. The observation around membership, especially corporate membership, yes, I think we take note. And we had consulted actually, and we agree that we remove the informal section in that statement. So that can be minuted, so that when the board retires, they can have an appreciation of that observation and amend as appropriate. We agree, team? Thank you.
Honorable delegates, it's now my humble duty to move this meeting to the next stage. Looking at our clock up there, we are not doing very well. So let me take this opportunity to welcome our ministry official who will now take over the next part of the agenda. Bwana Kivindio, kindly. He seems to still be getting some guidance from the CEO, but I can see he's up. And so let's applaud him as he comes up to take up these very, very challenging roles and move us to the next session. Karibu sana.
Thank you, Bwana MC. Okay. Good afternoon. As I said earlier, my name is Kivindio Peter from the Means of Cooperatives, and this is agenda of our Chief Officer Cooperatives, but Director has texted me. She will be arriving shortly. So when she comes, she'll give her remarks, okay? Meanwhile, I can go to the agenda of resolutions. These are reserved over cooperative officer. Najua ni wakubwa. There are some things I can't talk when they are here or they will be arriving. Eh? Yes, you don't talk much when your boss is around. Under the resolution we have, the chair talked about them, but you are the supreme authority. The task of the board is to give recommendations, but decisions are made by the delegates. So, resolution number 1. The board is recommending to approve payment of interest on deposit for the year 2023 at 9.2. Okay, you can turn to page number 24. The resolution under 13.0 resolution. Are we there? So the board is recommending to approve payment of interest on deposits for the year 2023 at 9.2 and dividend at 16%, being 428,646,428 Kenya shillings and 7 billion I'm saying 70. Yeah, not 7. 70 million 344,747 shillings, respectively. Okay? Can we have a proposal and a seconder for that? Pass the mic, please. A proposer first. Mike.
Good afternoon. I'm Elizabeth, member number 055-316. I propose.
Who seconds? Here, a lady for the gender balance.
Good afternoon, members. I'm Petrila, member number 09146. I second. Member number 09146.
So our proposal was a lady also? Yes. Oh, I did capture that. Paul. I did capture that. Anyway, she's also a delegate, okay? Yeah. Any contrary opinion about that proposal? We continue. Okay. This board is also recommending that to award the board and the Supervisory Committee on an area amounting to 2,403,000 and that Kenya shillings, down from the approved amount of Kenya shillings 2,700,012 Kenya shillings. Having achieved 89% of the approved budget in the year 2023, a proposer. A man, please, the same. We'll have both of them.
Yes. Good afternoon. I'm Shadras Joshua Okumu. I'm proposing membership number 039-181.
Okumu has proposed. Who seconds Okumu? A man also.
Good afternoon, members. I am Stephen Simiyu, member number 034-237. I am seconding it.
Okay, Simiyu has seconded. Any other opinion? Okay.
Yeah. My membership number is 15564. I'm Joseph Mwaura. Ruta. Sasa tukiangalia hapa naona dividends tumepewa na 0.2 deposit, si ndio? Yes, 0.2 ndio increment from last year, si ndio? It was 9. Alafu share capital it was 15, sasa ni 0.5 increment. This honoraria tunaambiwa yao it's 10.2%. Yes, increment. It's not inflation according to last year honoraria, ndio? Sasa nauliza, how do you calculate it, based on what? Because if you tell us we are calculating based on this, tutacalculate na tujue.
Thank you. Members, are we on the same page? And thank you. I appreciate the question that the member has asked. Now, one of the things that we may need to clarify, ndio tukue pamoja. Now, for the Sacco, we have policies. For example, just to take you to the budget here and how we arrive at that figure, page 68, tukienda kupale kwa budget. There is a percentage, it's in our policies, not that the board will sit and wanaamua leo tunakupea shilingi moja ama 10. Our policy gives us that percentage. I'm looking at the CEO, it's 0.03% of the revenue that is generated. And the policy says very clearly, it must be in line with the revenue that you generated for that period. That's a policy that is there. Now, the reason as why the board is here to say 89%, ndio maana tuangeitisha yote, because it's clear it's our performance that will determine this. So the policy is there, approved by the Sacco and the delegates, 0.03%. However, there is always a rider. It is pegged on the performance for that period. Na sisi peke yetu, hata staff, ile wanaitangwa end of year appreciation, we also say it's pegged on their performance. So kama watafanya 100% wanapewa kila kitu. Wakiamua wanaenda low, ndio kila mtu apigane tufike wapi? Uko juu. So that has been there, and I know it was set that way to ensure that everybody is working toward the same goal. But a very valid concern, because I'm sure not everybody knew. So thank you. I don't know whether Bwana Kivindi or Simoni. Oh, sorry. Yeah, so I understand the director who was to come is just next door, and the chief officer, so they'll be coming anytime. Na, sorry, I can use these on behalf of... Yo, karibu sana. Yes, karibu.
Please, members, we remain standing as our guests walk in.
Thank you, delegates. We can up our seats. Yes, let me take this opportunity to welcome my seniors. They are here.
And the board, the supervisor.